We are shortly going to start the program, requesting everyone to please kindly take your seat. Those who haven't registered yourself in the PFA area, kindly please do so. Thank you. Respected MD San, Mr. Girish Sharma, Mr. Sunil Kakar San, Mr. Suparna Prasad Dev, respected dignitaries, guests, faculty members, and dear students. It is such an honor to welcome you all to 13th Awanish Kumar Dev Memorial Lecture. This is not just a conference or lecture, it is a gathering of hearts and minds to celebrate the life, values, and vision of late Sri Avnish Kumar Dev. Ladies and gentlemen, it is said that those we love can never be more than a thought away. For as long there is a memory, they are forever in our hearts to stay. Today's memorial lecture serves as a testament to his lasting influence, reminding us of the ideals he championed and the wisdom he shared. Through today's discussion, we hope not only to honor his memory, but also inspire future generation to carry forward his legacy. Welcome once again. My name is Muskan, and together we would be deliberating, sharing, and learning about the theme Reimagining People's Strategy in the Age of AI and Agility. Let us begin this day by lighting the ceremonial lamp, a symbol of light over darkness, knowledge over ignorance, and eternal flame of legacy. I request our dignitaries to kindly come forward for the lamp lighting. I would like to call upon stage Mr. Hisashi Takeuchi, Mr. Girish Sharma, Mr. Sunil Kakar, Mrs. Suparna Prasad Dev, Father Joseph Marianus Kujur SJ, Mr. Rajiv Dubey, Mr. Salil Lal, and Mr. Makoto Mitsuda. The lighting of the lamp signifies the beginning of this event. This flame is a reminder that knowledge dispenses ignorance and enlighten our lives. Thank you, everyone. Before we continue, I would like to take a moment to reflect on the profound impact Sri Avnish Dev had on us. As we know, he touched many lives through his kindness, wisdom, and dedication to the cause of HR. Let us pay homage to Sri Avnish Kumar Dev through a video. Team, can we have the AV, please?
The bond of love shall never fade, for all that we love deeply becomes part of us. We come together to honor the enduring legacy of a remarkable soul, a man whose presence was a guiding light to all who had the privilege of knowing him, Mr. Avanish Kumar Dev. In 1962, into a modest family, Avanish's academic journey bore testament to his relentless pursuit of excellence, a journey he embarked upon with the unwavering support of his parents. As he graduated, Avanish's yearning to make a meaningful contribution to society led him to the Xavier Institute of Social Service. In 1984, he embarked on his professional journey with Hindustan Aeronautics Limited, following by 5 enriching years at Bharat Electronics Limited. During these formative years, Avanish not only found professional fulfillment, but also discovered love. He met the love of his life, Suparna, and on January 27, 1995, they began a beautiful journey together in matrimony. Avanish's embrace of fatherhood was marked by his profound connection with his son, Abhyudit. In June 2010, Avanish embarked on the next chapter of his illustrious career as he joined the Human Resource Department of Maruti Suzuki India Limited. Avanish was a man of substance, a paragon of passion and perseverance, one who effortlessly harmonized his personal and professional life. He was a source of inspiration for all who had the privilege to cross his path.
A very good morning, and thank you all for joining us today. There are moments in life that divide time into before and after. For me, that moment came in July 2012 when I lost Avnish. In a blink of an eye, my life changed forever. Nothing prepares you for the goodbye you never got to say. But in remembering those we love and lose, we find the strength to continue their legacy. Avnish was not just my life partner, but a man who believed deeply in equity and the dignity of every individual. Even as he fulfilled his responsibilities at Maruti with conviction, commitment, and grace, his heart was always with his family and those he worked with. Today, as we gather for the 13th Awanish Memorial Lecture, I really would like to thank all his friends, Avnish, HAL and BL batchmates, his Maruti colleagues, who have been there beside me, offering care and support for all these years. I would like to specially thank Takeuchi-san, MD Maruti Suzuki, who takes time out from his busy schedule not only to visit our home every year on 18 July to pay homage to Avnish, but also ensures that he joins the memorial lecture too. This kind of empathy from the topmost level gives warmth and comfort and also reinforces my connect with the Maruti family. The annual memorial lecture is not just a tribute, but a reaffirmation that goodness outlives beyond the visual realm. Although Avnish no longer walks beside us, through the activities of the Memorial Trust and through the lives he touched, his spirit will continue to lead. May his story inspire us all today and always.
Remembering my senior, Sri Avnish Kumar Dev, fills me with a deep sense of gratitude for the extraordinary legacy he left behind. As a person, he was truly humble and kind, always showing genuine care for those around him. Professionally, he stood firm, strong, fair, guided by unwavering principles. Every moment working with him was a chance to learn because he taught us that true leadership is about valuing people and not titles. What I truly admired was his remarkable ability to foster harmony at work. He believed that respect is the foundation of everything. Even during the toughest times, he never compromised on his values, and that steadfastness defined the remarkable person he was. I often find myself drawn to memories of his calm presence, his clear thinking, and his thoughtful way of leading. Those moments remain with me, quietly inspiring me even now. His spirit lives on in the positive, healthy work culture we nurture here at Maruti. Over the years, this lecture series has become a significant platform that enriches both the HR fraternity and the student community at large. For me, continuing to uphold his vision is the most meaningful tribute we can offer him.
Avnish stood out as an exceptional HR professional. He brought out grace and sense of calm in every situation. His approachable and positive nature made him someone people naturally turned to. What made him truly unique was how he handled every challenge with great care and discretion. In the end, I can't help but admire the strength and resilience of Avnish's wife, Suparna ma'am. She has shown remarkable courage and raising their son and continue to move forward in her own career with grace.
This memorial lecture is dedicated to celebrating the vision and values of a true industry leader, late Mr. Awanish Kumar Dev. Xavier Institute of Social Service, Ranchi, being his alma mater, fondly remembers him and his contribution to the organization and society at large. Later, Xavier Institute of Social Service with Maruti Suzuki India Limited jointly set up the Maruti Suzuki XISS Awanish Kumar Dev Memorial Trust in his remembrance. This trust organizes two activities annually: a memorial lecture with the industry's stalwarts discussing the current HR landscape, and awards scholarships worth rupees 3 lakhs to 3 students of the Human Resource Management Program of XISS.
अवनीश देव जी का व्यक्तित्व हर रूप में शानदार था, चाहे वह घर में पिता, पति या बेटे के रूप में हो, या फिर कार्यस्थल पर बॉस, सहकर्मी या सीनियर के रूप में। वह हमेशा अपनी जिम्मेदारियों को पूरी ईमानदारी के साथ निभाते थे। उनकी सबसे बड़ी खासियत यह थी कि वह हर परिस्थिति में लोगों के साथ सम्मान और समझदारी से पेश आते थे। अवनीश जी ने हर रिश्ते में, हर भूमिका में अपनी एक छाप छोड़ी।
Through this video, we relive the journey of Avnish sir, his smile, his kindness, and the principle that made him more than a leader. They made him a role model. I now invite Mr. Salil Lal, CHRO and Executive Officer, Maruti Suzuki India Limited, and Chairman Maruti Suzuki XISS Avnish Kumar Dev Memorial Trust. Sir, may I request you to deliver the opening address, please?
Respected MD Takeuchi sir, respected Shri Girish Sharma ji, an IAS officer of Madhya Pradesh cadre, currently the CEO of MP State Development and Employment Generation Board. Respected Kakar sir, Director Corporate Planning and the whole-time Director for MSIL Board. Our guest of honor, Shri Rajiv Dubey, Trustees of the Maruti Suzuki Avnish Kumar Dev Memorial Trust, dignitaries, colleagues, and students. It is with great humility that I welcome you all for the Avnish Dev Memorial 13th lecture series here at Indore. We are deeply honored to have Suparna ma'am as well amongst us. She has been one such lady who has been with us all the time at all occasions. She is an epitome of a strength and grace and a real source of inspiration for us. Thank you so much, ma'am, for being with us today as well. Ladies and gentlemen, I would also first talk about the unfortunate incident which took place on 18th of July 2012. We lost one of the brave soul, a brave person and a brave professional. We value his dedicated service. Avnish Dev lost his life because of the violence at our Manesar plant in Haryana. We, as an organization, it was our duty for the management, for the top management, also to understand that what went wrong for us. There was a detailed discussion, deliberation, fact-finding, which always we tried to do, and finally came to certain conclusions. Apart from the fact that whatever was missing, one thing was for sure, that we had to improve our communications, both on the shop floor and off the shop floor with our colleagues and associates. We, as a top leadership, along with HR, had to define a strategy where we could really pay homage also to our ex-colleague, and not only pay homage, but to carry forward the legacy. We tried our best to identify the root cause and then work upon it. Our strategy was to maintain communication. Our strategy was to also establish this memorial trust in order to carry forward the legacy, and also to see that whatever the work which was perhaps not completed by Shri Avnish Dev was to be completed by us and for the trust to do. The trust today is an outcome of the aftermath. We also use the trust for three different principles, for three different objectives. The first objective of the trust, which was incorporated in 2012, but then at that time, it initially had to see that how do we recognize meritorious students of XISS. The trust was formed along with Maruti Suzuki, XISS, with support from NHRDN. The objective was to pay scholarship to the meritorious students, the top 3 students of the senior batch. Apart from also paying the scholarship, we also decided in terms of having this event every year. And I'm happy to share that this is the 13th year in continuation that we have been performing this event. And this event has been a great success. Now it has taken a shape of a national platform. Perhaps the only forum which has a focus on industrial relations today. We talk about industrial relations, and gradually, as we merge with HR, we are talking about the new technology, the new concepts, the new understanding coming in the field of human resource. The third objective for us was also to pass on the knowledge to our vendor companies, to our joint ventures, to our other partners and industry at large. We wanted to support them with tacit knowledge, transfer of knowledge, share the best practices so that they also take advantage of whatever we have done so far. As far as this particular 13th Awanish Dev Memorial Trust Lectures series is concerned, personally for me, it is a great honor and a great responsibility. For the first time, I took charge from my ex-colleague, Shri Rajesh Uppal, who was the chairman of the trust, and after his superannuation, this responsibility was bestowed upon me. We have a new team. The trustees have been with us for last more than a decade, and they have done an extraordinary service for the trust. I will try my best to carry the legacy, to carry forward the job which needs to be done, and also uphold the spirit of Mr. Awanish Dev. The theme this year, reliving the people's strategy in the world of AI and agility. Today, we are living in an era where perhaps each and every activity, each and every process which we undertake within the HR's subject is through AI. But then it is with a word of caution that we undertake data, we take the analytics, we take AI as a subject, but we also know that it is not a replacement of the human brain. But at the same time, this is one such subject which helps in supporting us in all our decisions which we undertake. Agility is perhaps a matter of survival these days because we know ultimately agility will take you to the outcome and solutions. The day-long deliberations today, which we have planned, will actually give you the background and the actions which we need to undertake in order to uphold the basic concept of the theme which we are talking today. As we proceed ahead, and as I mentioned earlier, it is important that we transfer the knowledge to everybody, to all concerned, and to the industry at large. I once again take this opportunity to welcome you all at the 13th Memorial Lecture. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir, for driving the trust and this initiative with utmost sincerity and passion. I now invite Ms. Ladli Kumari, Secretary, Maruti Suzuki XISS Awanish Kumar Dev Memorial Trust, to present Secretary's report. Ma'am, please. Respected MD Takeuchi-san, respected Mr. Girish Sharma, respected Kakar-san, respected ma'am, dignitaries, trustees, the faculty members and students present here, a very pleasant good morning to all of you. Before I begin this report, I would like to pause and pay my heartfelt homage to Sri Awanish Kumar Dev sir, whose values, mission, and life continue to guide us. Today, we have with us Suparna ma'am. Thank you, ma'am, for joining. For me, ma'am, you are a role model, showing me that how grace and resilience can coexist. And it is in the same spirit of grace and resilience that I now present the report to you. I would like to extend by offering my sincere gratitude to our chairman, Mr. Salil Lal, and the trustees, Mrs. Suparna ma'am, Mr. P. Dwarkanath, Mr. Suresh Dutt Tripathi, who would unfortunately could not join us for this lecture, Father Dr. Joseph Marianus Kujur SJ, Professor Amar Tigga, for their continued guidance and support. Now moving on to the activities of the trust, our scholarship program for the XISS Ranchi students was made more inclusive and transparent this year We introduced a new evaluation criteria called leadership quality. We defined and quantified many criteria, and overall, we wanted to ensure that the process is more holistic and rewards character as much as academic excellence. This year, 3 students from the HRM stream of XISS Ranchi will be granted a scholarship of Indian rupees 1 lakh each. Till date, we have granted 33 such scholarships. Today's Avnish Dev Memorial Lecture stands as a flagship initiative of the Trust. As the chairman has already mentioned, that this is the 13th edition. The Trust has also published a book called The Human in Human Resources, Facets and Perspectives, wherein we have compiled the learnings from the previous 9 editions of this lecture. The book is also available in the pre-function area. I would encourage you to kindly have a look. Earlier this month, we also hosted a knowledge sharing and best practices session at Jai Bharat Maruti, touching topics like retention and engagement. Last year, we also collaborated with Krishna Maruti Limited on topics such as talent management for sharing the best practices. So these were the baby steps we took. We do not want to limit ourselves to our vendor and JV companies, but are keen to expand our reach. Coming to the financials of the trust, we received an initial grant of 30 lakh rupees from Maruti Suzuki in the year 2013, followed by a grant of 20 lakh in the year 2018. The funds were invested, and currently the corpus stands at 64 lakh 38,794 rupees. So we have a modest balance sheet. The expenditure of this event is completely borne by Maruti Suzuki, so I would like to thank the management for that. Looking ahead in this financial year, our focus would be on 3 core areas: knowledge sharing sessions, leadership connects, and capability building. While we have taken some important steps, this journey is still very young, and we aim to make this trust truly self-sustainable. For this, we would require your help, and I would be very happy to connect with the industry leaders present in the hall today to discuss that how we can connect further for the mentioned 3 initiatives. As I close, once again, I bow my head in respect to Avnish sir and reaffirm our pledge to remain united in purpose and inspired by values. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. To honor the memory of Avnish Dev Memorial Lecture, we invite you to join us in watching a small AV that reflects the vision of the Trust. Can we have the AV, please?
Some lives, though far too brief, leave behind a legacy that time cannot fade. Today, we pause to remember Avnish Kumar Dev, a leader of conviction, a mentor to many, and a visionary who believed in the power of people. The Maruti Suzuki family lost more than a professional. We lost a guiding spirit. But from that loss emerged purpose. The Maruti Suzuki XISS Avnish Kumar Dev Memorial Trust was established to carry forward the values he lived by. The trust rests on a belief that shaped Avnish Dev's life, that leadership begins with empathy and progress must include people. Through the annual memorial lecture, we created a platform to share, learn, and grow together. Over the past 12 years, the Avnish Dev Memorial Lecture has become a national platform, a confluence of ideas where the best minds in academia and industry come together to explore the future of work and workplace culture. From people as differentiators to reimagining the people strategy, each theme reflects a deep commitment to human values in business and to building organizations that care, listen, and evolve. Through the years, the lecture has been enriched by voices that inspire, voices that challenge convention and champion change. Together, we've nurtured dialogue that keeps people at the heart of progress. A legacy is also about building the future. Through the Avnish Kumar Dev Memorial Scholarship, we have recognized and supported promising students who show both potential and purpose. These scholarships are not just awards, they are seeds of belief, investments in the kind of leadership Avnish Dev stood for: thoughtful, inclusive, and forward-looking. Today, as we come together for the 13th Avnish Dev Memorial Lecture, we continue this meaningful journey. This year's theme, Reimagining the People's Strategy in the Age of AI and Agility, reflects our readiness for the future and our roots in values. Even as we embrace technology and transformation, we are reminded it is people who drive progress. That was Avnish Dev's belief, and it continues to shape our approach to leadership today. The Avnish Dev Memorial Lecture is more than a tribute. It is a commitment to nurture thoughtful leadership, to invest in the future, and to honor a man whose life continues to inspire.
Ladies and gentlemen, in this age of AI and agility, reimagining our people strategy is about harnessing technology while celebrating the human spirit. It is about building agile, adaptive teams and unlocking creativity, empathy, and purpose so that together, people and technology can shape a brighter future. To get the perspective of an organization which is known for its people strategy and innovation, I would like to introduce and invite Mr. Hisashi Takeuchi, MD and CEO, Maruti Suzuki India Limited, for the keynote address. Mr. Hisashi Takeuchi is the Managing Director and Chief Executive Officer of Maruti Suzuki since 1st April 2022. He is a graduate from the Faculty of Economics, Yokohama National University, Japan. He joined Suzuki Motor Corporation in 1986 and started his professional journey with Overseas Marketing Department, Europe Group of SMC. Mr. Takeuchi has a vision to maintain leadership of Maruti Suzuki and endeavor to bring the joy of mobility for all in India. MD-san, can we have you on stage, please?
Mr. Girish Sharma, Mrs. Sparna Prasad, Father Dr. Joseph, and the Chairman and members of the Maruti Suzuki XISS Awanish Kumar Dev Memorial Trust, distinguished guests from the HR fraternity, faculty students from XISS Ranchi and other B schools, very good morning to all of you. Every year, this forum gives us an opportunity to together honor and pay tribute to our colleague, late Mr. Awanish Kumar Dev. Today, as we observe the 13th edition of this memorial lecture, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to Awanish-san's wife, Mrs. Sparna Prasad, and their child. Ma'am, thank you for your encouragement and contribution to this forum. I would also like to thank Father Dr. Joseph and the team from XISS, as well as the National HRD Network for their continued support to this forum. Ladies and gentlemen, we all acknowledge that over the past few years, there has been an unprecedented shift in the way we work, marked by rapid advancements in the area of digitalization and artificial intelligence. Artificial intelligence, or AI, is no longer a futuristic concept. It is being employed across business functions to effectively automate tasks, analyze data, support with decision-making, and minimize redundant activities. Organizations across industries are leveraging these digital tools to enhance agility, flexibility, and productivity in operations. This fundamental shift has made us rethink the future of work and reimagine the people strategy in the age of AI. Yet, the human potential continues to remain at the heart of this transformation. Ladies and gentlemen, the employees are an organization's greatest asset. Despite the strides in technology usage, it is the human spirit, creativity, and resilience that drives innovation and growth. Today, we are navigating an interesting phase where we must find a balance between integration of technology and managing the expectations of the workforce. It is the responsibility of the organization to extend an enabling environment where the employees is nurtured, can do their best work, grow beyond their roles, and contribute to the organization's success. However, as technology becomes more deeply integrated across business operations, it also has the potential to create fear and anxiousness. In such a scenario, it is the organization's responsibility to communicate transparently, engage meaningfully, and build trust continuously. Maintaining harmonious employee relations is vital. It is about rethinking how we work and, more importantly, how we empower people in this new landscape. Ladies and gentlemen, in such a scenario, it is imperative that we strike the right balance and match. The number one is speed with sustainability to map rapid growth with long-term viability. And number two is efficiency with empathy to be mindful of employees' needs while streamlining processes. And number three is innovation with organizational values, as technology must serve humanity, not the other way around. These principles are not just ethical, but they are strategic imperatives to prepare a future-ready organization. Ladies and gentlemen, as we look ahead, the HR function must reflect on the organization's people strategy and continuously assess the employees' requirements in alignment with the changing business landscape. Let me outline three key priorities for this transformation. Point number one is continuous investment in upgrading knowledge and skills. Today, the ability to be adaptable and learn, unlearn, and relearn is essential. It is critical for all organizations to continuously invest and encourage employees to update their knowledge. This is not limited to the technical competencies, but also learning of soft skills like emotional intelligence, creativity, and problem solving. Point number two is create a nurturing work environment. We would all appreciate that although machines and tools can provide logic and technical support, it is the human mind and imagination that will drive innovation. It thus becomes important to extend work environments where the employees can discuss ideas, experiment, fail, and succeed. Number three is fostering collaboration. We must encourage cross-functional, cross-generational, and cross-disciplinary teamwork. When diverse minds come together, they co-create solutions that are richer, more inclusive, and more impactful. To all the students here today, you are entering a workforce that is more digital, more global, and more dynamic than ever before. But remember, it is up to you to derive the maximum benefit from the use of technology. Together, we must build a culture of continuous learning, inclusive leadership, and shared purpose. Let us remember that people are the soul of every organization. As we continue to internalize digital tools, it is critical to also redefine how we empower people in a world which is fast, flexible, and full of possibilities. Let us remember that the future of work is not just about machines, it is about meaning. It is about creating workplaces where people feel inspired, empowered, and connected. My best wishes to all of you, and I look forward to the engaging session planned for today. Thank you very much for your attention.
Sir, I would request you to please remain on stage with us. MD sir. So thank you so much for sharing your thoughts and highlighting how we can collectively build the future of work. I would now request Suparna ma'am to join us on stage and felicitate Takeuchi-san as a token of gratitude, please. Thank you, MD-san. Thank you, Suparna ma'am. Ladies and gentlemen, as technology is rapidly evolving and while automation and AI reshape how businesses operate, we must ensure that we don't lose sight of human element to understand from the lens of government and policy making. I would like to introduce and invite our keynote speaker for today, Mr. Girish Sharma, IS and CEO, Madhya Pradesh Skill Development and Employment Generation Board, an IS officer with a career dedicated to public service, governance, and skill development, known for his strategic leadership in youth empowerment and employment generation across Madhya Pradesh. Oversees implementation of large-scale programs aimed at enhancing workforce readiness and industry alignment. He also serves as CEO of Sun Shiomani Ravidash Global Skill Park, driving innovation in skill education and international collaboration. Welcome, sir. May we have you on stage, please?
Good morning, everyone. MD and CEO Maruti Suzuki, India Limited, Mrs. Suparna Dev, distinguished speakers, industry leaders, educators, and students. It is a profound honor for me to stand before you at the 13th Awanish Kumar Dev Memorial Lecture. His enduring legacy is a powerful reminder that at the heart of every organization, amidst all the technological advancements, people remain our greatest asset. I also extend my sincere thanks to Maruti Suzuki, XISS, and the Trust for creating this vital forum where government, industry, and academia can unite to think boldly about the future of work. We are living in an era defined by a tectonic shift. Artificial intelligence is no longer a futuristic concept. It is a present reality that is reshaping our daily lives and professional landscapes. It schedules interviews, scans resumes, and even optimizes logistics. Currently, agility, the ability to pivot and adapt swiftly, is no longer a mere advantage, but a fundamental requirement for survival. For a state like Madhya Pradesh, with 8 lakh young people joining the workforce every year, this presents a monumental challenge and an incredible opportunity. How do we harness the power of technology without losing our essential human touch? How do we prepare our youths for jobs that may not even exist yet? The conversation around AI is often dominated by its technological capabilities, but we must shift our focus to its human impact. AI should be viewed as an enabler, not a replacement. While it can automate routine tasks, it cannot replicate the unique human attributes of creativity, empathy, and complex decision making. The true potential lies in a symbiotic relationship where AI augments human talent, freeing people to focus on higher level strategic work. This requires a cultural shift towards agility. As someone in the forefront of leading industrial training institutes, my perspectives is grounded in deep understanding of what it makes to train a workforce for the future. We must move away from rigid, hierarchical training modules and models and embrace flexible, skill-driven ecosystems. The role of our ITIs is being reimagined, no longer just a place for basic vocational training, but a strategic driver of innovation and growth. Our new role is to facilitate this transition, ensuring our students have the right skills and mindset to thrive in a continuously evolving environment. Madhya Pradesh is rapidly emerging as a hub for skill development, startups, and industries. Our focus is on preparing the workforce for Industry 4.0. The Madhya Pradesh State Skill Development and Employment Generation Board is at the forefront of this effort with a commitment to aligning skills with industry needs. A key part of this strategy is integrating cutting-edge technology into our industrial training institutes. For instance, we have modernized ITI infrastructure through industry partnership from Maruti Suzuki, advanced automobile workshops, to Mahindra & Mahindra EV labs and Siemens manufacturing labs. These collaborations bring cutting-edge AI-adjacent technologies directly into our classrooms and workshops. When a trainee leaves EV maintenance or real equipment or works with smart manufacturing tools, they are not only building technical competence, but also developing the agility to adapt to the emerging technologies. International placement drives have become a cornerstone of our strategy. Sending ITI trainees to companies in UAE, Japan, and Europe equips them with experience in automation-rich workplaces, while the return or even the remote collaborations bring fresh knowledge back into our ecosystem. This global outlook reinforces our state's ability to pivot quickly as technologies and markets evolve. We are also home to the Global Skills Park in Bhopal, a state-of-the-art institution designed to provide advanced training in Industry 4.0 technologies like mechatronics and IoT integration. By collaborating closely with these partners, we ensure that our training programs are relevant and that our youth are equipped with practical, job-related capabilities. This is how we transform the demographic dividend into a powerful engine for our economic prosperity. AI-powered learning platforms further enhance this opportunity by creating personalized training paths, adapting to the individual strengths, pace, and needs. This ensures that the employees and the students acquire precise, job-ready skills aligned with today's dynamic market demands. Upskilling and reskilling can no longer be occasional initiatives. They must evolve into a continuous cycle embedded in every professional's growth journey. And as we navigate this transition, the role of ethical leadership and trust becomes more crucial than ever in guiding how AI is applied responsibly. I have a few calls to action for everyone here today. For industry, government, and academia, we must collaborate to create a robust ecosystem of learning and innovation. The future of our workforce depends on our collective effort to prepare them for what lies ahead. For students and young professionals, embrace curiosity, adaptability, and lifelong learning. Your career will not be a straight line, but a continuous journey of discovery and growth. और अंत में मैं ये कहना चाहूँगा कि कई बार ऐसा होता है कि हम लोगों के लिए कहा जाता है कि हम लोग सिर्फ एक तरफा ही बता सकते हैं, हमारे लिए कुछ सीखने को बहुत ज़्यादा होता नहीं है, ऐसा हम लोग मानते हैं कई बार नौकरशाही में, ब्यूरोक्रेसी में। आज अभी मैं जब सुबह में बात कर रहा था मिसेस देव से, तो मिसेस देव ने एक बहुत बड़ी बात कही है और जो ये मेरा की टेक अवे है आज के इस पूरे कार्यक्रम से, और उन्होंने कहा कि देर इज ऑलवेज अ पॉसिबिलिटी ऑफ क्रिएटिंग पॉजिटिविटी आउट ऑफ नेगेटिविटी। ये मेरे लिए आज का सबसे प्रोफाउंड लेसन है। कई बार होता ये है कि हम किसी कार्यक्रम में जाते हैं, लेकिन शायद उसके पीछे के जो घटनाक्रम है या उसका जो प्रेरणा है हम उसको नहीं जान पाते हैं। मैंने जब आज ये जाना कि ये कार्यक्रम या ये लेक्चर्स, ये ट्रस्ट क्यों एग्जिस्ट करता है, आखिर ये करता क्या है, मेरे लिए ये बहुत बड़ी सीख है। और उसी के आगे जब सीईओ और एमडी साहब ने कहा कि पीपल आर द सोल ऑफ द ऑर्गेनाइजेशन, ये भी मेरे लिए एक बहुत बड़ी लर्निंग है कि हम अपने जो साथी हमारे साथ काम करते हैं, हमारे अधिकारी जो हमारे साथ काम करते हैं, जो कर्मचारी हमारे साथ काम करते हैं, वो वाकई हमारे उस संगठन की जान होते हैं। और ये कितनी अभूतपूर्व बात है कि जो घटना का दिन है या वो जो माह है, उसमें सीईओ और एमडी जो है वो हर साल आते हैं और वो देव परिवार के साथ में अपना समय बिताते हैं। इससे ज्यादा हम और क्या सोच सकते हैं, कैसे हम किसी चीज को हम रिटर्न कर सकते हैं। मेरे लिए वाकई यहाँ पर आना और इस चीजों को समझना मेरे लिए बहुत अभूतपूर्व रहा है। मुझे जो बात मध्य प्रदेश शासन की तरफ से और अपने संगठन की तरफ से रखनी थी वो तो मैंने रखी ही, लेकिन आखिर में जाते समय में मैं ये दो बहुत ही महत्वपूर्ण बातें अपने लिए मैं लेके जा रहा हूँ। आपने मुझे बुलाया, मुझे सुना और मुझे समय दिया आपने, इसके लिए बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। थैंक यू।
Sir, I would request you to please kindly remain on stage with us. Thank you so much, sir. It was interesting to know your perspective. I would now request MD San to join us on stage and felicitate Mr. Girish Sharma, sir. MD San, please. Thank you, MD San. Thank you, Girish, sir. Thank you, Suparna, ma'am. As we move forward to understand more about people's strategy and agility, I would like to introduce and invite Mr. Sunil Kakar, Director Corporate Planning, Maruti Suzuki India Limited, for a special address. Distinguished automotive leader with over 35 years of service at Maruti Suzuki, contributing across operations, supply chain, and strategic planning. An IIT Kanpur alumnus and MBA gold medalist from AIT Bangkok, Sunil Kakkar sir has played a pivotal role in shaping the company's growth trajectory. Appointed as whole-time director of Maruti Suzuki India Limited in April 2025, he leads strategic initiative to drive future growth and localization. Previously served as plant head at Gurgaon and subsequently senior executive officer overseeing operational excellence and supply chain transformation. He also serves as nominee director on boards of MSIL joint ventures, including Hanan Climate Systems India, Mark Exhaust Systems, and also chairs SIAM's Atmanirbhar Bharat Sourcing Group, promoting indigenous innovation in the auto sector. Sir, can we have you on stage, please?
Good morning, respected MD Takeuchi-san, Mr. Girish Sharma, Mr. Rajiv Dubey, members of the trust, faculty members of Xavier Institute, distinguished guests, and dear students. It is a privilege to stand before you today at the 13th Awanish Dev Memorial Lecture. This event is a profound tribute to a man who embodied the very best of the profession. Awanish Kumar Dev-san was a soft-spoken, committed, and a selfless leader. He was a HR professional in the truest sense, a man who deeply believed the power of people, and always strived to keep the workplace united. His memories continue to inspire us. The trust created in his name, which started during a difficult time, has now become a source of learning and teamwork. It reminds us that even in pain, we can find a higher purpose to build a culture based on kindness, understanding, and the respect for others. I also extend my heartfelt gratitude to Mrs. Suparna Prasad, whose encouragement and contribution to this forum continue to inspire us. The journey of this lecture series, evolved over past 12 years, has been a testament to the lessons we have learned collectively. As our chairman, Shri R.C. Bhargavaji, has often said, and which we firmly believe, that it is in the interest of both management and labor to work together to ensure the prosperity, growth, and competitiveness of the company. He taught us that we must develop a culture of consideration and respect, one that transcends hierarchy and title. We have built this culture at Maruti Suzuki through a deep-rooted collaboration between our plant management and the union leaders. Our goal is to ensure continuous and effective dialogue at the ground level, maintaining a healthy, harmonious working environment critical for the business continuity. In fact, the philosophy of Maruti Suzuki is based on powerful, paired and collaborative leadership model, a concept which is very dear to the Japanese culture. We have learned from the Japanese model that a company, its management and its associate, they must walk in unison. It is a vision of the leaders like Osamu Suzuki-san, who always gave utmost priority to seamless communication, which reflects in the overall culture of Maruti Suzuki today. In our success, we must also be vigilant. We must be aware what I call the large company syndrome. There is a risk of becoming disconnected from the roots, from the shop floor, from the people who are lifeblood of our business. Our leaders, from the top down, must remain in constant touch with the ground reality. Even with the highest order of technology available, we must never lose the capability to walk the shop floor, to shake hand with the operators there and put eye to eye and have a genuine request for all of them. The leadership must stay today rooted in the organizational values, ensuring that every step taken to improve efficiency and innovation is grounded with empathy, respect, and deep connection with our people. Today, our MD Takeuchi-san also emphasized the need to strike the right balance between speed with sustainability, efficiency with empathy, and innovation with organizational values. These principles are very essential to prepare the organizations for future. This brings me to the theme of our lecture today, reimagining the people strategy in the age of AI and agility. Today, as we are aware, AI is driving efficiency, personalization, and the scale, helping business to grow much faster and having smarter decisions. It enables predictive insights, reduce human error, and automates repeated work. It also ensures that continuous innovation by breaking silos, cross-collaboration to foster agility. MSL today is standing at a crossroads. We are dealing with a diverse, multi-generational workforce spanning across all genders with having very unique aspirations. Today, the millennials and the Gen Z, they enter our ranks who are very confident, who are tech-savvy, and they look work beyond the mere paycheck. They seek purpose, growth, and transparent partnership with the organization. So as a leader, we must adopt a forward-looking approach to meet their needs. This is where I say that HR role, it is no longer limited to the age-old practice of recruitment, compensation, or compliance. The future of HR is to ability to contribute in the company's vision and to ensure that business continuity by proper workforce planning is done, and through the new models, whether it is fixed term or project-based employment, capability building of people through AI-driven career planning, and also have personalized employee experience to keep the workforce motivated. I firmly believe that when an organization thrives, it creates the ideal environment for its people to grow and excel. Today, AI is not only transforming manufacturing, but it is also revolutionizing how we manage people, relationship, and performance. We are multi-plant operations spread across Gurgaon, Manesar, Kharkhoda, Gujarat, and we are facing challenge which demands agility, not just in production, but how we engage and try to support our workforce. With technology, we can understand employees' sentiments in a real time. We can empower plant leaders with the actionable insights and also foster collaboration across different locations. To build the future-ready workforce, it is essential to offer precise, tailor-made training programs that hone the specialized skill sets of our people, which are required in the specific roles and requirement. AI-driven decision-making tools, analytics, and people-focused development programs, cross-cultural communication workshops, it can really help for the team to effectively, across diverse locations, they can contribute in a meaningful manner. These target programs ensure that every individual is prepared to contribute meaningfully in this digitally evolving industrial landscape. By embedding AI and continuous skill into our people strategy, we can build a future-ready organization that is agile, inclusive, and resilient. The companies that are going to lead tomorrow are those who are going to use technologies not only just for optimizing the operations, but to elevate their people and the culture. To our future leaders in the audience, the journey ahead is both challenging and exciting. In the fast evolving scenario, we must focus on effective leadership by bringing agility and inclusion, adapting swiftly to changes while embracing diverse perspective, being grounded in empathy, respect, and integrity. We must balance AI with human connection to foster trust and collaboration. And lastly, building cross-generational relationships and investing in continuous learning. Purposeful and humble leadership is defined not only by outcomes, but by the ability to inspire, elevate, and unite together. At the end, let us again honor Avnish Dev's legacy by creating a future where every employee feels valued, respected, and united in the shared vision. Thank you all and wish you a day of full learning and cross-sharing. Thank you.
Sir, please remain on stage with us. Kakar, sir, please. I would now request Father Dr. Joseph Marianus Kujur and Suparna ma'am to felicitate Mr. Sunil Kakar sir. Thank you, Kakar sir. Thank you, Suparna ma'am. Thank you, Father. Ladies and gentlemen, true leadership is measured not only by results, but by the lives it touches and the people it inspires. Today, we are privileged to honor a leader who has set benchmarks in people management and leadership, Mr. Rajiv Dubey, a distinguished corporate leader with over 45 years of experience across Tata Group and Mahindra Group, known for his strategic leadership in HR, corporate governance, and business transformation. Mr. Rajiv Dubey has recently retired from the chairmanship of 3 Mahindra companies and from the government body of the International Labour Organization, where he was also the employer's vice president of the Asia region. He is currently chairman of the Magic Bus Foundation, India, and serves on the board of governors of eminent institutions. Sir, it's an honor to invite you on stage to please accept the special recognition, Excellence in People Management and Leadership. I would now request MD San to felicitate Mr. Rajiv Dubey. MD San, can we have you on stage, please? A huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, MD San. Thank you, Rajiv Dubey sir. Now I would request Mr. Rajiv Dubey to share his thoughts on today's theme.
Mr. Takeuchi-san, distinguished leadership of Maruti Suzuki, Mrs. Suparna Dev, distinguished leaders from industry here, my friends, the students. I am truly honored, privileged, and deeply humbled to be here and to receive this award. Frankly, I didn't know I was getting this award, so I'm very, very touched. Thank you so much. I would like to just share with you a few thoughts on the subject that is being discussed today. These are my learnings, not only from my corporate career, which spanned almost 50 years, but also from my learnings in life. The first thing is that in the new normal that is emerging, what is required is to have distributed leadership, because the forces of supply and demand that are changing and the other tectonic shifts that were referred to earlier will now require proactive and iterative decision making right through the value chain. And this has to be based on a deep understanding of stakeholder needs. And that definitely means that the old command and control model of leadership will not work, and therefore you need distributed leadership. And the question, therefore, is how do you create this distributed leadership, and what is the human capital strategy that is required? So I would like to suggest that in the context of purpose and the strategy, the business strategy, in that context, there are 4 basic needs that we need to address for all the people who work in an organization. What are these 4 needs? Number 1, the need to feel connected. I belong. Number 2, the need to contribute. I am making a difference. The third is continuous learning. I am growing. And finally, the need to be recognized. People recognize me for what I'm doing. Now, clearly, from a technical point of view, this is the culture that we are talking about, and it is created through the HR levers, and I don't want to dare to go into that space in any detail. But very quickly, I would like to share with you some of the behaviors that will contribute to making this culture, which satisfy the 4 basic needs and therefore help to unleash the true potential of not only the people, but of the entire ecosystem towards achieving the purpose and the strategy of the organization. So what are these behaviors? They've been referred to, so I'm partially repeating it. The first is the ability to listen deeply, not only to what is said, but to what is not said. The second is dialogue, to be able to put yourself into the shoes of the other person, to see the world from their point of view, and then try to create a win-win solution. The old win-lose no longer works. It no longer works at any level. And certainly the biggest thing that is teaching us that win-lose must yield to win-win is the geopolitics. And finally, the biggest of all is climate change. The fourth thing that I have learned is that we need to use the whole mind in any situation, which means that we need to combine the so-called left brain of logic, intellect, and rationality with the so-called right brain of empathy, connection, and imagination. Some of us use more of the left, some of us use more of the right, but it's only those who can combine these two who will really succeed in the new normal. There was some reference to innovation. Of course, innovation is going to be key. Innovation means we need to take risk, which means there will be failure. So it's very important for the leaders of the new normal and of tomorrow to create the conditions where we can overcome the biggest impediment to risk taking, which is the fear of failure. So we have to overcome that fear. We can never lose fear, it's always there, but we have to manage it. And more importantly, we have to learn from our failures to create the stepping stones to success. And last but not least, we need to create a culture of trust. Because if trust is not there, no matter how well we do the other things, you will never have true greatness and transformation. And how do you create trust? Well, certainly you need some competence, but more important than competence is authenticity. Do I say what I think, and do I do what I say? So, to sort of put it all together, at the individual, at the organizational level, at the nation level, and at the level of the world, we definitely need to be competitive, but we cannot be competitive in the long run unless we are also fair and inclusive. And I would like to conclude by mentioning three words that have been my best friends and which I believe are going to be vital business imperatives in the years to come. And these three words are Satya, Prem, and Seva. Satya is to speak the truth, regardless of the consequences, but do it in a respectful way. Prem is compassion, the ability to put myself into the shoes of the other person, to understand what are the needs of the other person. And finally, Seva is a sense of service, because business is actually only about solving problems, which means we are here to serve, and we must never forget that. So thank you very much. Once again, I'm deeply grateful, honored, deeply humbled, and good luck and God bless. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir, for sharing your thoughts with us and how we can build the future of work with humanity and innovation together, and sharing the three magical terms with us: Satya, Prem, and Seva. Ladies and gentlemen, behind every legacy, there are pillars that hold it strong. And one of them is present among us, Dr. S.Y. Siddiqui, the person behind the formation of the trust in the year 2012. Siddiqui sir, can we have you on stage, please? I would now request MD San and Kakkar San to felicitate Siddiqui sir, please. Thank you so much, Siddiqui sir. MD San, I will request you to please stay on stage. Kakkar sir, you too, please. So we have former and present trustees who are managing and contributing to the trust for more than a decade. The trustees of this memorial trust have been the guiding lights. May I now invite them forward for a felicitation ceremony as we honor their dedication. Suparna ma'am, can we have you on stage, please? A huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Father Dr. Joseph Marianus Kujur. Father, can we have you on stage? Thank you, Father. Mr. Musarrat Hussain. Sir, please. Thank you, Musarrat, sir. And last but not the least, Mr. Amar Aron Tigga. Thank you so much, MD San, Kakkar San. Now it is time to announce the winner of the Avnish Dev Memorial Scholarship 2025. The purpose of the scholarship is to encourage learning among students specializing in human resource management at XISS Ranchi, which happens to be the alma mater of Shri Avnish Dev. To present the scholarship, I would like to invite upon stage MD San, Suparna Ma'am, and Salil Sir. And the scholarship winners for the year 2025 are Miss Vishakha Kumari. Can we have you on stage, Vishakha? Next is Miss Rituparna De. Mr. Vaibhav Vishal. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, MD San, Salil sir, Suparna ma'am. Thank you. We hope that just like our much adored Avneesh sir, the recipient of the scholarship will continue displaying outstanding intellect and character in all walks of their life. Ladies and gentlemen, let's take a short tea break and coffee break. Please let's join at 11:15 a.m. We'll continue with the panel discussion.
check, 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 one, check, one, check, one, check, one. Check, one, check, eight, check, check, one, check, check.
हेलो ऑफ करो।
Ladies and gentlemen, we will start in a few minutes. I'll request you to kindly be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm requesting everyone to kindly be seated at their designated seats, please. Requesting everyone to kindly be seated. We'll start in 2 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, technology is moving faster than ever. Artificial intelligence, digital platforms, and automation are reshaping the way we work. But one question remains: how do we keep trust, ethics, and human dignity at the center of transformation? That's the essence of our corporate panel discussion today on the guiding the tech transformation, ethical leadership, trust, and the power of upskilling. This conversation will explore how leaders can embrace technology while ensuring people are empowered, upskilled, and valued. It's an honor to introduce my esteemed panelists for today. I would now invite our first panelist, Dr. Vinay Ranjan, Director HR, Coal India Limited. A distinguished HR leader with over 26 years of experience across public and private sectors, including DB Power Limited, Eastern Coalfields Limited, and VSNL. I will now invite our next panelist, Dr. Ranjan Kumar Mahapatra, founder and CEO, Hriday Consulting, independent director at various companies, business executive. His last corporate assignment was with Indian Oil Corporation Limited as Director of Human Resources. Our next panelist is Mr. Anurag Malik, partner and India leader, People Consulting EY and President NHRDN Delhi NCR. A distinguished HR consulting leader with over 20 years of experience advising 300 plus organizations across India, the Europe, Middle East, and Southeast Asia. Our next panelist is Ms. Sonal Kapoor Sinha, Head Human Resource, SME Consumers, a distinguished HR leader with nearly 2 decades of experience across pharma, auto, retail, and FMCG sectors. Our next panelist is Dr. Vikrant Singh Tomar, Global Conveyor, United Consciousness and Director, UMS. Serves on advisory boards of European Yoga Federation Italy, Spiritual Council in Africa, and Project Self-Inclusion in USA. Moderating this session is a highly respected thought leader and mentor to many in the HR fraternity, Dr. G.P. Rao, founder of GPR HR Consulting, LLP.
Good morning. Yeah, I was testing the mic. Now, you will have to do a favor for me. You have got the best panelists today for the corporate panel. So you'll have to welcome them in an Indian style. The Indian style is all of us clap for them, and your clap has to be better than the clap of the neighbor. And how do we decide in the AI world is everything is parameter. The clap has to be faster, louder, longer than the neighbor. 1, 2, 3, clap for them. Louder, longer, faster for them. Sir, we want to start with a googly. What do you want to cover in these 40 minutes? What all will cover in this panel discussion? What should we discuss? Anybody? Otherwise, I'll ask the audience.
I think you are a moderator. You will guide us.
Okay. Okay. So one thing we'll discuss is the challenge of not knowing what you know. You know a lot of, but I don't know. So one is challenges. Okay. Anything else we'll discuss?
As the topic goes, we should talk about ethics.
Oh, we should discuss about ethics. Right, sir. Anything else we'll discuss? 40 minutes?
I think that should give an idea for everybody.
Challenges and ethics.
Challenges.
Okay. Audience, what do you want to cover in the next 40 minutes? Anybody? Future trends. Anybody? Audience. Ethics. Create a challenge for them. Anything? Ethics? Challenges, that's all? Okay. Can I add something? Role of upskilling. Unless you are skilled to create that trust, unless you are competent, unless you have the intention of giving empathy or whatever you are saying, the emotional intelligence and all. And we also want to know from you your experiences, not ChatGPT. I have got ChatGPT. We want your experiences. And finally, this AI, our friend, augmented intelligence, additional intelligence. Some people ridiculously call it artificial intelligence. So this AI, how do you make AI responsible? We are responsible to make AI responsible. Is that fine, sir? Okay. So next thing I want to ask is, suppose to get this done, get that responsible AI, get that trust institutionalized, get challenges identified, and find ways to mitigate the challenges. What kind of leaders we want? Just it's again out of the syllabus. One or two very S-giving traits a leader should have. Critical S-giving. Let's build a leadership framework. One at least, one important leadership trait.
For me, it's human and empathy.
Human empathy, right, sir?
I think many of the earlier speakers have spoken about agility.
Agility? Yes. Oh, agility. Agility, empathy.
I'll say inclusive leadership. I mean, ability to carry people along, different voices, making people safe.
Sir, inclusive leadership, done. Done. Inclusive leadership. Sonal?
Since it's a pick, I would pick clarity of thought, knowing what to do and what not to do, and being able to
knowing what to do
and what not
to do. Maturity.
And
very good.
2 words I'll pick: ethics and walk your talk.
Walk the talk. And the bonus, prem.
Seva.
Satya, prem, seva. Authenticity. That is Satya. Compassion is prem. Seva bhav is giving. The art of giving. Art of giving. So we will go with that. So I will start with a common question. The common question is, what are your initial thoughts on the whole topic? The topic is longer. Guiding the tech transformation, ethical leadership, trust and power upskilling. What are your initial thoughts on the whole topic? Anybody?
I think the definition, the terminologies are changing. I mean, we're talking about generative AI or agentic today. It was machine learning in the past. Maybe it was NLP, analytics, automation. The challenges, the realities, definition of ethics, I think all remains the same. I mean, it's just a wave in context of which you're talking about.
Fundamentally, it stays same. Any other initial thought?
Yeah. Now, see the way technology is coming and everything is right on the door. There is an ethical dilemma in leaders about how much to adopt and where to adopt. And this ethical dilemma is playing in the mind.
Okay.
And though technology will drive efficiency, but human intervention will drive excellence.
And that is to adopt. How much to adopt, when to adopt, what to adopt, what not to adopt. Common word is adaptability. Wonderful.
This is the ethical dilemma on leaders.
Got it.
As decision making is the heart of leadership. So before taking a decision, 5 questions to be asked from self.
So only one question. First question. I'll come back to the
first question will be, is my intentions
very good.
pious?
Niyat. Niyat important. Very good. I'll come to the next 2, 3, 4, 5. Sonal.
So I will dip into my own personal experience. Honestly, it's a very overwhelming thing, AI, and you feel it all encompasses. So when I faced it, what I realized was it first needed humility to say, I don't know. The ability to say that I don't know what AI will do. And I think that to me is a mark of leadership trait that we should definitely discuss.
Wonderful.
If I have to adopt, I have to first say that this is the first time reverse mentoring may help me the most.
Powerful. Curiosity. What I don't know. And some of people like me, I don't know what I don't know. Now there's another problem. So very good. Curiosity is very good. Sir,
I think today morning we all have heard the leaders. I think one thing which comes very straight to me is that first of all, we should be ready with what are those traits which are required? What are those things that we should be ready with?
Yeah.
And today, my takeaway is distributed leadership, what he told, Rajiv ji spoke about. There are many other things, of course. So the first thing is that can we identify those traits to prepare ourselves for those uncertain times? And things are very uncertain. Everything is changing. Today, we are talking about AI. Tomorrow, I don't know. I'm not sure. Something else might come up. By the time we get out, something else might come up.
Very good. Sir, if you want to identify the traits, let me say in one word, the entire environment is past.
10 seconds intervention.
10 seconds?
10 seconds. I will now shift the gears from ethics to trust. Now in a world where data flows faster than water,
that's what I said.
How much technology adoption? Leaders are in a dilemma. How much technology adoption to build trust between leaders, employees, and technology.
Very nice. So the fast is the terminology that you use. So fast, my definition is frantic innovation. AI everywhere. Skills aging faster than milk. And T is trust hanging with a thread. So that's my definition of fast. So that if you keep this definition in mind, we'll find out the right thing. Sir, last week I was with Mr. Mahendra Swarup, former HR head of Pepsi, a former CEO of Times Internet, and he's also the chairman of the Startup Association. I just generally asked Mahendra bhai, Ajkal, what are the innovative startups coming? You know what Mahendra said? So one fellow came to him for funding. He runs 2 VC funds. He said, the company, what do you do? He said, sir, I do manpower planning for robos. The company, huh? He doesn't supply manpower. He supplies robos and he will do the competency building of robos. He will talk about the engagement of the robos. All that he will do. Somebody has come with a concept. So this is what's happening. Then next, one more person I asked, he said, you are using so many robos. So what are the jokes around robos? He said, one robo meeting another robo. Actually, that robo was X. You understand X, na? And they're not talking to each other. So that robo asking, what's the problem? What's the problem? He said, I'm not biased. I can't recognize you anymore. Okay, the chip's power has gone. Chip's power has gone. We are in this situation. So I'll come to Vinay, Director HR of Coal India, largest employer of public sector. Let's clap for him once, sir. Kitna, sir? How many people?
120,000 now, and 100,000 contract over.
Oh my goodness, गिनो. So sir, आपके लिए बहुत बढ़िया क्वेश्चन लेके आया. ये सब chat GPT. Sir, you have legacy system. 1975 that nationalization happened. इससे पहले भी Coal India था in one form. Legacy systems, and you said you have to upskill very fast. And you are in a regulated environment. How do you balance this? We want to know from you.
Very good questions. Thank you for this question. See, the pace of change is happening so far. So the current skill will not solve the future's problem. And upskilling is now necessary, not a luxury. Earlier, when you say, Coal India is now ambidextrous organization. When I say ambidextrous, in one hand, we have to enhance our coal production, which is our core business, coal production and dispatch. Currently, we are at the level of 800 million tons. And another 2 years, this needs to go to 1 billion ton, 1,000 million tons. So investing on technology, mass production technologies like continuous miners, surface miners, gone are the days when manual mining used to happen. So one hand, we are doing core business. And second, everybody know coal is in the radar of everyone in terms of carbon emission and all climate change enthusiasts. So we need to diversify. And we are diversifying into green use of coal. Okay. When I say green use of coal, we are not burning the coal, but we are doing a chemical reactions of coal, for coal to gasification, and then renewables, and get into other modes of businesses. So skilling in terms of using the technology which we are going to adopt for mass production. And secondly, on diversification area where we don't have a skill right now, because we do not have a technology or any competency in coal to gasification. We're still figuring out the
skill gap. There is
still a skill gap. So we need to develop that skill.
Okay.
So we have various modes. I don't want to, I will tell them in private what kind of initiative we are doing for upskilling.
You are okay to meet them during lunch break?
Yes.
Okay. Any one of you want to know more about Coal India?
So many activities. Maybe it is drone technology.
Okay.
I say future of mining is digitalization, electrification, and mechanization. So on those areas, upskilling is happening.
Great.
And all future technologies are, as of now, our 3 teams are abroad. One is in US, one is in Australia, and one, in other countries to learn about the technology.
Very good.
Thank you.
Dr. Tomar, is that all right if I go in this order? you should not feel bad. No, they said ethics. They said ethics. No, 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 no. I just going by the next, sir, Dr. Ranjan Mahapatra. Sir, you were marketing man, came to HR, created a record, Indian Oil Director HR, Lanka CEO, Mauritius CEO, IFTIDO President. I mean, not all you do. Sir, I am asking a question. Just you have to go back a little back. You have done a lot of technology transformation, I personally know. While doing the technology transformation, have you come across any ethical dilemmas? We want your experiences and give some tips to youngsters. How do we avoid, how do you deal with these ethical dilemmas? That will be a great insight from you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you. I think before I come to ethical dilemma, let me just take what Hisashi-san also told in the morning. I don't know how many, I was just writing down a lot of notes. See, one thing, he also spoke about learning and continuous learning. That itself is a dilemma. I don't know. I mean, how I'll come to that I just want to park it with all of you so that at least we can discuss it later. Understandably, yes, every organization like Indian Oil, we all have gone through a lot of turmoil when you want to bring in technology in a big way. And just imagine that time of yesterday, we were discussing about Rajiv Gandhi ji, and when he brought in that computers into our systems, we know how we all faced it. And now the same thing is happening. So you are permitting me, I'll just see three dilemmas which can be overpowering for all of us. One is human centricity. Whenever we are bringing in that, when you bring in a new technology, you know there will be an impact on your manpower. How are you really balancing it out? Every organization faces it. How do you really balance it? How can you make it more empathetic approach to introduction of technology? That's one ethical dilemma which haunts you in the night. Yeah. I mean, if somebody asked me that, I asked him in one of the panel discussions that, what is that thing which does not permit you to sleep at night? This is one thing. Yeah. Most of the CHROs, they don't sleep at night whenever new technology comes in. How do I maintain empathy at the long run? This is one human centricity. Then the second one would be the courage, ethical courage.
Courage.
How can I really take into artificial intelligence or augmented intelligence or whatever it is coming in? How do I have an ethical courage to introduce it and maintain it in a way that all sectors... See, currently in an organization like, let's say, Coal India or many of the organizations, 5 generations of people work. And the requirement of each generation will be different from the other. Approach will be different. Particularly youngsters will understand that the same thing which we thought of yesterday, we were discussing also, Akhil Bhai was talking that we all felt this way, or VK Singh ji was also talking that we felt this way when our seniors talked about it. But did we say no? We did not. But the current generation speaks about it. And when you are bringing in technology, how do you really maintain a balance in all these things? This is the second one. And the third one, of course, I wanted to come to that. You talk about we all of us talk about continuous learning. How do you give that to a senior who has spent around 45 years, 35 years, 38 years in an organization? How do you really motivate him to learn? That's the challenge, sir, we all face.
Sir, and how ABC nahi hoga.
I'm sorry?
Kuch ABC nahi hoga.
नहीं होगा तो
होगा ना
होगा जरूर होगा.
I'll come back to you.
He always the three challenges, three ethical dilemmas which I have faced. I mean, there are many others, but these are the primary ones which I can.
Out of syllabus. Can I? Can I give one example?
All allowed.
No, just
as consultant. No, anytime.
As he was talking about it, ethical dilemmas. I mean, I felt like sharing an experience. This is 2 years old. So we were advising a genetic testing company in Singapore. Mm-hmm. I won't name them, although this 2-year-old, it's not confidential anymore. So they were ready to launch their product. Brilliant product. So they said that based on genes, we'll take blood sample based on the genes, we'll be able to predict the potential disease and the treatment required. Phenomenal. I mean, today now many companies who claim this is 2 years back. Now, as they were deciding on the launch, We were doing organization structure and leadership development for them, not this work. What their ethics testing team told them was that your product is not tested on underrepresented samples. So there are certain communities, people from certain background. This is more focused. Our testing has happened on more focused on a particular. Now there was an ethical dilemma with the board. They were going in for IPO in 12 months. They had a certain launch plan, revenue plan. And I still remember I won't name her. She stood up and said, and told her board that, see, technology is like a mirror, right? It reflects your values. Your ethics have to get reflected in your code.
Okay.
If you're not ready, if your code doesn't, if the code of the product doesn't reflect your values, I'm not going to go ahead with it. They went
very good, very sad.
Very, very bad time.
You said mirror, glass is the cousin of mirror. So I'll come to the glass. The lenses the wear.
I just want...
Sir, he will answer, you can add. No. Let him answer his question. There is a question for him. No, sir, time. There is a question for him. Sir, I'll come back to you. Sir, please. Please, sir, please. I'll come back to you.
I'll just set as the complete technology. If technology is an engine, then ethics is the wheel.
Right. Thank you, sir. I have a question for you. You said mirror. I have something on lens. This consultant have got a different lens. You know, Anurag is the partner with EY, a global people leader, president HRD network. These people see things from a different lens. And it's also a good lens. Huh? So I want to know from you, pick up your brains. When we do the technology transformation and we can't do the trust is not embedded adequately, what are the bigger risks the organization will face? From your lens.
Is this getting recorded, sir?
You can stop recording.
No, it's okay.
The next minute, because you will take only 2 minutes.
So since you said consultant, I'll make a very humble, honest admission, GP sir. My take has been across sectors, and that's the biggest risk, that only 30%, that's my take, 30% of the business case gets realized in the time frame that organizations set out for. And I've seen this in ERP implementations, in tech implementation. That's the big risk. I know your question was more around trust. So let me answer your question. I think today the risks, as all of us know, run across data privacy issues, GDPR issues, ROI. Okay, again, I'll give you a real example of work we're doing. So this is not something I was working on, but I was called in by one of my colleagues that, listen, Anurag, we are designing this HR shared services center of the future, right? We are taking 700 HR folks that they have in different businesses, and we're putting them in a HR shared services operation, and we are implementing agentic AI. So this is human and bots. I think the point maybe one of you was making. We'll only need 200 people. We are doing atomic level analysis. Every task we are trying to question whether you need a human or you need an agentic bot. Brilliant. People should be so happy, but our problem is complete resistance. Nobody is buying into it, even the HR team. You know, the problem we realize very quickly is that as an HR person sitting in this organization, yeah, you might say she or he may be very excited about working on this kind of mandate agentic AI in future. But at the end of the day, it's their jobs. Okay. You know, trust isn't built into the design because the people you are working with and getting them to implement themselves do not know what was going to happen to them in the future. And you're going in and saying, brilliant work, 700 people I'll take, and I'll run a shared services center with 200 people. So trust or the biggest risk is there people buy-in? Will you get adoption? Will you get support? I think a lot of people forget about that. When
trust is very, very important. I remember an internet joke. Trust is so much important. The guy is downloading an app, and that app will make him unemployed. Still he's excited. So much of trust and technology. He's downloading an app which will make him unemployed. Still he's enjoying. So Sonal, I'll come to you. When COVID came, XISS Bank gave the first circular on managing policies for work from home. So out of curiosity, I didn't know that so much has changed. I asked Raj Kamal, can I get a copy of that? He said, Anna, elder brother, no work from home. Now it is work from anywhere. The policy no more works now. That policy that they drafted, work from home, that doesn't work. It is now work from anywhere. So this is the situation. Number two, there was a struggle that customer first, employees first. Some organizations said digitalization first. Digital first. So this is the thing. hybrid working, work from anywhere, digital first. There, what is the role of EI, empathy? These I want to know from you, or we want to know from you.
Okay. I still want to just add one spectrum because we've been hearing of large organizations, and I realize I'm sort of representative of MSMEs. There is this world which is not digital first, even today. There are, if, because you're students, you may choose to work with organizations which are not of size and proportions sitting on the dais. And it's a choice that all of us make differently. And when we're talking of organizations which are promoter-led, and when I say promoter who are probably, about 20, 30, 40 years in existence, they are not tech first at all. In fact, there is clear resistance. It's almost like they've been driving a geared vehicle. And when you bring them an automatic, they say, I don't have fun when I drive automatic. Now, when you don't have fun, you can't change this. So just responding in that respect. So I am coming from that perspective. I've been with organizations of this size for about 9 years now, but sitting in 500 crores of revenue, running up to 1,000. What I've realized is what AI or hybrid, they're all different facets of enablement. Organizations of size where every rupee counts, you make choices of what you want to do. So when something like COVID happened, I was with an essential commodity at that time. I was with a bread manufacturing organization. Our problems were very different. Our problems were how to keep people at work and still make them safe, psychologically confined at the same time medically safe. I think the point is, what can I do to use AI as a technology to enable my business is the question that I'm assuming even she would have asked in those times. So I'm still trying to relate these two things. It's a very divergent concept. Hybrid workplaces are only ensuring that people can work from anywhere and they are productive wherever they are. AI is ensuring that data scale can be obtained at much less investment than probably it was required earlier. Hybrid workplaces are here to stay. AI is there to weave in. I think the choices have to be made by business. What is it that I would like to invest in? What is it that is going to make sense to my stakeholders? And how can I continue to deliver the revenue, the growth, and the EBITDA that I have committed to the stakeholders? Just one more thing that I wanted to add. Ethics, again, is not a choice. Ethics is your existence. Everything, sustainability, ethics, compliance, all that, time immemorial have told us any business who doesn't think about this does not sustain. If there are organizations sitting here with more than 100 years, it is because they've been ethical. If they have known, they have corrected. If they have known that the course is wrong, they have corrected, is probably what my answer to.
Very great points. Any of you want to add, you want to clap for her, Sonal? Yeah. You want to add on EI and, no, I'll come to him. You got a very different kind of question for you. We're all AI. So anyone wants to add on EI and empathy in Sonal's point? Sir, come to you, sir. So you are a G20 man. I want to talk to you on this Karma Yogi Bharat. 3 crores of employees of the government, their talent building is happening through this body called Karma Yogi Bharat. One of our friends is on the board. So, sir, I am on that. So how do you think young entrepreneurs, the startups and all, Karma Yogi Bharat to ho raha hai. Karma Yoga kaise hoga? I mean, I think you should take that question.
The questions we are discussing, though the forum is new, but the questions are age old. Even in 21st century BC, the questions were this: what is right? So when we are talking about ethics and Karma Yoga, 5 questions. Ask yourself whether you are a homemaker or a home minister. 5 questions to be asked before taking any decision. Question number 1, whether my intentions are pure or not.
Okay.
I'm defining ethics based on Dharma Shastra.
Okay.
BC wisdom. Second question, whether long-term results be good.
Okay.
Whether it is AI or anything else. Third, whether it is in the interest of the majority. Because it is in my interest, that's why I'm doing it. Whether it is in the interest of the majority. Fourth, if what I'm doing is that right, ought all 8 billion people of the planet should do this then. It means, is it scalable? If everybody starts doing the same way, Will it sustain? And the fifth and the last question is it acceptable? If people will behave the same way with me, is it acceptable? If I am on the other side of the table. And that's why Government of India has initiated world's biggest HR program called Mission Karmyogi, chaired by Honorable Prime Minister himself, to convert Karmachari into Karmyogi. We have defense personals over here also. Corporates have billions of budget just to make 8 hours of working from the people. The people should work for 8 hours. But when you go and see in NDA, people are ready to die for the job they are doing. How they are doing this? So the principles of Karma Yoga is fivefold. So Karma Yoga means the essence of leadership is influence. Influence you can create. First, you need to influence yourself. And in order to influence self, 2 things are must. One is called purity of mind. Second is called stability of mind. And how to gain, whenever you are doing something, what is Karma Yoga? How to be create a Karma Yogi employee? First is how to gain purity of mind. 4 things. First, right intentions. Second, act as an instrument of higher. Act as an instrument of in the hands of Constitution of India if you are DM. Act as an instrument of SOP if you're working in an organization. Just act as an instrument rather than personal ego involved. Third is give your 100% whatever you do. Fourth is accept results as prasad buddhi. If things are happening my way, fine, because I gave my 100%, whatever comes, I accept it. This is called pure, that gives purity of mind. And for stability of mind, verbal discipline. We receive so many messages from social media how seniors behave at times with juniors. Verbal discipline is must. Second, mental discipline in all ups and downs in life. Whether it's called equanimity or titikshatva bharata, Bhagavad Gita says. And third is sensory discipline. Sensory discipline means let my eyes see only whatever goes in my purpose of life. Let my ears listen only things which goes towards my purpose of life. When such things happen, then the consolidated whole is called Karma.
Wonderful. Let's clap for this Karma Yogi theory. We have 12 minutes to go. I will take around 2 minutes to sum up, maybe 1 minute for felicitation. We can take some questions from you, audience. Yes, sir. Sir. If you stand up, you will get more attention and they'll... No. I only said stand up. No mic. I didn't offer you mic. Oh, he did. He's not your friend. Come on, question.
Challenge of trusting the untrustworthy.
Okay. What is the challenge of trusting the untrustworthy? I trust all of you. Anyone can answer.
You want?
I've been meaning to say this, so probably, and I'm sure they will do more justice to your question. I just, what I've realized is that the trust index only builds when you talk. Whether somebody is trustworthy or not trustworthy, to me, comes from the backstory that they come with. If somebody doesn't trust me or somebody is not trustworthy, it is because they have lived a life of a certain value system in a certain context. And they probably may be contravening with how I see life. What I have realized works in organizations of all size and proportions is the more you can talk, the more you can understand why somebody takes a decision or why somebody stands against one, is how they have lived their life. And to me, most of these trust issues get resolved by simply conversing, letting people speak, and letting people give you feedback with whatever you have to answer. I'll give you a very, very quick example. I'm trying to build data function in my organization as I speak. I have been struggling to convince my own colleagues on the leadership table on why data, and using AI for data is important. For them, it is a replacement of Excel file, and I'm crying hoarse that it is not. I've been told that why, if this report is now dashboarded this way, so are you going to beautify the dashboard? I'm not even been able to convince people of that stature of what is this entire concept of being able to derive information at your own will. Imagine how people with horizons much smaller than theirs will ever accept it. So the lack of trust builds because they don't understand how it's going to impact their lives. It's probably hand-holding, walking with them together is to my answer.
We don't understand because we don't do conversations.
Can I?
Samvad nahi karte hain.
Can I
Just
also
add?
Yes.
Sir, you wanted.
I just wanted to add, first of all, Singh Saab, two things. One is that in my dictionary, there is nobody who is not trustworthy. This is one thing I think I always feel that it's my take or my way of looking at things. And I have a 3E. He knows that. He must have heard it earlier also. I have this 3E principle to really create that trust. Empower, engage, and empathize. If you do that at any level, whether it's in our family or in our system, in our corporate scenario, if you empower people, if you engage with people, which she spoke about, and if you empathize, you please put people, many a times we think this is right, this is not correct, because he is not really behaving well, but we have never tried to put ourselves in their shoes.
Okay.
So
Sir, we want to scale up this session. We'll take one more question. You said more people. One more
No,
question.
I will take 10 seconds. Just
10 seconds. I will count. All
10
1,
seconds.
2, 3.
My simple strategy to trust untrusty people is to trust them more.
Trust them more. Very good. Okay. Yeah, come on. Stand up. That's how you get attention. Yeah.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Ria Rena. I am second year MBA Human Resources student from Institute of Management Studies. Being a Gen Z and with a dynamic environment, how do we practice mental discipline?
Sir, mental up.
He's saying, sir, you are mental up.
हमको समझ में नहीं आया. आप बताओ.
Perfect. So when we talk about mental discipline, first we need to, and there are few basics about it. So first basic is, whenever a situation comes, instead of reacting response, how do we do this? Simple method. It's called 20-year rule. Mental discipline helps. It helps in mental. Somebody dashed your car and you are agitated very much. Ask yourself, how will you remember this incident in 2045? You won't even remember it.
Okay.
It is not worth thinking about. And the second tip is, Upanishad says that mind and breath are twin sisters.
Okay.
If you want to control mind, control breath. The moment you are feeling angry, just hold your breath. And remember, nobody ever died holding his own breath ever. Don't worry.
So you reduce the speed of your breathing. So you'll be calm. You'll calm. One more question? Yes. Same place. Okay.
Morning, sir. My name is Shruti Jamini from Institute of Management Studies, second year MBA student in Human Resource Management. My question is, in new leadership era, where some people still have orthodox, we cannot say orthodox, but the thinking which used to be coming from many years, but new generation, especially Gen Zs and they have different sort of thinking, and also they believe in some kind of superiority complex if you hang out with them or you buy some 500 rupee coffee or anything, and some people are there, they backstep for these steps. Then we have a sort of like, they have different...
You want an answer for that? You
No,
want
sir.
an answer? Yes, sir. Answer. Okay. Answer.
Okay, I'm just trying to still understand your question. So in today's world, if I had to really help you, and I'm probably even going to weave the other question, how I see is nothing is shifted from generation to generation in terms of the construct of what is there and what doesn't exist. Probably what's happened in Gen Z is information is no longer power. Everybody has information, which used to be power much earlier because the access wasn't as much. What's happening when she said of mental discipline, I'm also assuming you meaning time discipline. So the point is, where to draw the line is probably not something that today's leader needs to understand. This was something that leaders forever needed to understand. What to focus, what not to focus, where should you cut your time, where should you screen yourself away, how do you set your own guardrails? I think with Gen Z, the power that you have is today there are bots which help you screen, which help you set your own guardrails. Define the guardrails that you would need to create for yourself so that you can become leaders who have control on their own minds. Any leader sitting here, all of them are illustrious leaders. They have spoken to us in the morning. If they are standing where they are today, it is because they could control what they wanted, when they wanted, and how to get that. Okay. And that's true even for you, whether you're in Gen Z or you were Gen Alpha or Beta.
Very good.
Thanks.
Thank you,
And
sir.
those who show superiority complex, they are insecure leaders.
Yeah. Very good. Anybody who thinks he's superior, actually is suffering from inferiority complex. Yeah. Any other question? No? Sure? Okay. Sir, your parting gifts for the young students, young HR people. If you want to do tech transformation in a company, so what are the 2-3 things they should do or 2-3 things they should not do in any order? We'll do the do's first. What we should do.
Can you repeat the question?
Do's and don'ts. So let us give them a list of do's. These you must do these things. Yeah. Short answer.
Because tech transfer is not my area of expertise. I'll give you 4 do's.
Sir, only one.
Okay,
Because
one
ChatGPT can take only
one do in verbal discipline I mentioned. Then one do is do not speak when you are emotionally agitated.
Do not actually. So I'll keep it in the do not list. Do.
Be inclusive. Take input from all.
Be inclusive. Very good.
I think tech transformation also has a very strong sense of purpose-driven case.
Purpose.
You got to, if you say I'm doing this for 10% efficiency, 20%, 10% less people, that's a problem.
Yeah, multi-generation, they want to know why. Purpose.
I'm saying something which was valid then, which is valid now also. Know yourself.
Know yourself. Know yourself. Know your
very crisp one-liner, 2 things to do. One is your attitude. Always raise your hand whenever opportunity comes. Your attitude in corporate world. Second is Eklavya model of learning. Self-driven learning.
Self-driven learning.
You know?
Very good.
And don't do is no expectation and no entitlement mindset.
No expectation mindset. No entitlement mindset. Somebody said, you demand what you desire, what you deserve. So that's what.
Don't do me. I'll just advise.
Don't
see as told once. Mine is aham ahuti. So that is one thing which has to be.
Translate.
So your I has
ego.
That ego has to go.
Aham ahuti.
Aham ahuti. So you just put that in.
One don't.
As a consultant, my learning has been don't rubbish legacy.
Don't rubbish legacy.
You know, you can't say kal se ye band and naya system chalu.
Don't say GP Rao is getting older. Don't say that.
For disaster.
It's a corollary to what he just said. Don't do something because it looks nice. Do it because you need it.
You can do a do now.
Yes, now I'll say do.
You can do.
So for verbal discipline, what is to be done is speak in the most pleasant way possible and ask yourself, did I do it?
Very nice. So my learnings from the session are, you trust people. If you think he's not trustworthy, trust him more. If you think there is a gap between generations or between cultures, between levels, between roles, get into conversation. Samvad is the only answer. If you think that we are getting into conflicting situations, so I'll take a word from Sanjay, baat karo. The samvad, baat karo. Baat karoge, baat banegi. Baat nahi karoge, baatein banegi. People will talk about you. And last one, whatever I've learned from him is, they never said, invest in your functional skill, technical skill. They all through 35 minutes, they're talking about behavioral skills, soft skills, prem, satya, seva, around that only. What does it mean? That means great leaders, they always focused on, great leaders always focused on vyavahar. बच्चा व्यवहार ठीक करो, बच्चा व्यवहार ठीक करो, व्यवहार ठीक होगा, व्यापार झक मार के पीछे पीछे आएगा. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, esteemed panelists, for bringing your knowledge and expertise to the forefront for the benefit of everyone present here. Thank you so much, GP sir, for moderating this session so well. I now request Suparna ma'am and Kakar sir to felicitate our panel members. Suparna ma'am, Kakar sir, please come on stage.
आप लोग पैनलिस्ट को पहले करो, उतारता हूं मैं तब तक.
Dr. Vinay Ranjan. Can we have a huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen? Dr. Ranjan Kumar Mahapatra. Mr. Anurag Malik. Miss Sonal Kapoor Sinha. Dr. Vikrant Singh Tomar. Dr. G.P. Rao. Thank you, everyone. Thank you for joining us today. It is said that the workplace thrives not on commands, but on conversation, not on fear, but on fairness. Today, as digital technologies reshape industries, industrial relation faces new challenges. How do we preserve dialogue, dignity, and trust in an era where speed and agility dominate? That's at the heart of our fireside chat, industrial relation in the digital era, new world, new challenges. We are privileged to have Dr. S.Y. Siddiqui, former Executive Office Advisor, Maruti Suzuki India Limited, moderating this important session. A distinguished corporate leader with over 44 years of career across top Indian multinational companies. 20-year legacy at Maruti Suzuki held pivotal roles such as CHRO, CEO, corporate head HR for Suzuki Group, and strategic mentor, and retired as executive advisor and head of reality business. We welcome you, sir. Now I would invite our first panel member, Dr. Shahnawaz Alam, Vice President, Tata Workers Union, Tata Steel, veteran in industrial relation with over 20 years of experience in trade union and 50 years in research. Vice President of Tata Workers Union, General Secretary of Jharkhand INUC, and key figure in various forums. Hold a PhD in HRM, MBA from XLRI, and MSc in Physics, published research on employee engagement and supervisory excellence. We welcome you, sir. I'm pleased to invite our second panelist, Mr. Vijay Upadhyay, Chairperson Governing Body Dhatopan Tengri, National Board of Workers Education and Development, diverse experience of more than 3 decades as a labor activist come trade union leader, while working in the field of labor, taken various initiatives to impart education to workers across the country. We welcome you, sir. Over to you, Siddiqui, sir.
Good afternoon to you all. And I think we will be looking at this big challenge of having two eminent trade union leaders. They speak well, express very well. They are able to, kind of discuss things in very enchanting kind of manner, but I'll have to restrict them 45 minutes precise. That seems to be a bit of a challenge. We'll also be perhaps using Hindi and English, both mixed. So when we look at this subject today, I'll be sharing a little bit of perspective. Perhaps industrial relations in the digital era is basically defined by this technological shift. Maybe like AI, we have been listening right from morning, platform-based work. We are looking at automation, maybe promoting new employment contracts, gig economy, and maybe remote work. We are also looking at this perspective that it will bring in innovation. I heard this word number of times this morning. Transformation. We are looking at reskilling, upskilling, and we are looking at measurement of productivity, efficiency, speed, responsiveness. We are also looking at this one fact many speakers talked about, that digital is going to have a say in future of our workplaces, and digital will also stay with us. So there was some discussion yesterday evening where Rajesh was mentioning that at one point of time for some change and innovation, there was a discussion that government must stop it. So here nothing of that sort will happen. And perhaps I was looking at one very interesting perspective last week, 20 days in Europe. And there I noticed, compared to my previous visits, there were very few people, volunteers, who were helping you either in the airline counters or in the departmental stores, all automatic machines where you can do things by yourself. Very big change I saw. And I was wondering where all these people must have gone, all those who used to work in these kinds of places. This is a kind of environment. And then there's this last 3 years, more specifically, wherever we have been going to attend conferences, people have been asking whether AI will replace human beings, whether AI will replace HR. And that kind of threat perspective, and I think Mr. Upadhyay and I were discussing yesterday evening, that either this threat perspective is getting created because of lack of information, or maybe lack of clarity, or we are just imagining things. And somewhere this becomes very interesting, that what will be the kind of challenges and opportunities on industrial relations. So maybe initially I'll request Dr. Alam, if you can share a brief perspective, then I'll come to you, and then we'll perhaps go to more detail.
Thank you, Dr. Siddiqui. I am truly humbled to be here on the invite of Salil Saab, CHRO Maruti Limited. Good morning, and Oaho Gojumashu in Japanese, because I am representing also the JCAP CPL, the joint venture of Tata Steel and Nippon Steel, and half of the management team are from Japan. So we daily encountered with the different Japanese team in the process of negotiation at Jamshedpur. So thank you. My heartfelt homage to Awanish sir, because he was from our home state. He was from Ranchi. I am from Jamshedpur. And my deepest sympathy to Nirupma ma'am from the Tata Workers Union family from Jamshedpur. You have established a good forum which is nurturing the new leadership team in this tomorrow's era. इसको देख के हमको दो पंक्ति याद आती है. एक मुजफ्फर हुसैन थे एक शायर, कि ये हस्र भी देखा है तारीख की नज़रों ने. हस्र मीन्स बोलता है कि ये कंसिक्वेंस भी देखा है जो हिस्ट्री ने, ये हस्र भी देखा है तारीख की नज़रों ने, लम्हों ने खता की है सदियों ने सजा पाई है. तो दैट हैपेंड इन 2012. लेकिन ये क्या है कि जो दी हिस्ट्री ये सजा नहीं पाई है. यू हैव एस्टेब्लिश्ड इंस्टीट्यूशन, आपने इस इंस्टीट्यूशन को एस्टेब्लिश किया है. You are nurturing the leadership team that strong the industry relation in the team, and it will never happen in any type of industry operating in India or in the world. When we look at the scenario of Tata Steel or Tata Group family, Rajiv Dubey sir is here. He has worked more than 30 years in Tata Steel. Our first chairman, Rajiv Tata, was always telling the welfare of laboring class must be the first care of every employer. This is the mantra what we are talking always, and the Tata Group or Tata Steel is pioneering for without any strike for more than 100 years. Our last strike was in 1928. At that time, Netaji Subhash Chandra Bose was the president of Jamshedpur Labor Association, or Tata Workers Union. He came to Jamshedpur on the request of Mahatma Gandhi, and he addressed a gathering of the striker labor, and he told only two things. Strike is not the solution for the workmen or the management. You just came out from the strike, and I will negotiate with the management, and I will try to resolve all your issue with the management. But as you know, the mob is mob. Some of the opposition's leaders, led by a team, thrown a stone on Subhash Chandra Bose, and the leaders of the Tata Workers Union saved him. He has also hit on the head and saved him, and he came from the stress and saved his life. We saved his life, and after that, he started the system of joint consultancy system. He has started the joint consultancy system, how the industry relation will sustain for more than 100 years. And Siddiqui Sahab, he was talked about the industrial relation in the digital era. The day to day, we are facing these challenges because I am here for more than 30 years in the leadership role of industrial relation, and I am seeing the changes. We have seen the leadership in seat mill earlier in the seat mill where the old were blast furnaces, all the works were normal. Now, 2 or 3 years back, when our chairman Chandrasekharan Saab came to Jamshedpur, we are operating sinter plant apart from the 3 kilometers away, the main plant is there. This is the digital transformation. When this site of transformation is happening, most of the worker agitated, nahi, hum log wahan nahi jayenge. Then we leadership team came front and try to sensitize the workmen कि नहीं आपके फायदे के लिए. You go there, you upskill your skill, then you can operate easily from the that control room, and you will feel the difference because the work-life balance is better as comparison to the soft floor because there is no heat, no dust. You know the center operation, Rajiv Saab, how there is a dusty environment and the temperature is high. And we are operating 3 kilometers away. All the operations are doing for the center plant and the pellet plant.
I think learning comes in terms of conversation. We heard in the previous panel, learning comes in terms of lots of communication and creating a shared goal.
Yeah.
I think that kind of
other thing I want to say, ki the digitalization is necessary for industry for their survival. In the tea break, we are discussing with Harbhajan sir. He was also in Tata Workers Union more than 25 years. Earlier, the Tata still has more than 78,000 employees, and they are producing only 2 million tons. If this system was exist till that, the industry will close. Once upon a time in 1992, Dr. Yani said to the JRD Tata, if we will not modernize our plant, we will be sitting outside the circus of this Tata Steel plant and we'll sell the tickets for the museum. So it is necessary. Now we are producing more than 10 million ton. We have the employee about 15 to 18,000. So this is the digital transformation. And we have also lots of agreement with the management, and we also sensitize the workmen why this agreement is positive for you. The FTC, full-term contract, the gig economy, gig worker, all has come into the picture in the steel industries. what we have done in 2022, we sit with the management during the course of wage negotiation. We have told Suresh Dutt Tripathi is not here. He was also the trustee of this board.
Yeah,
He was the VP HRM of Tata. Still, we are negotiating with him. Yes, the contractual gig worker is increasing Tata Steel. So we are not in favor because the membership of union is decreasing. Union का अस्तित्व क्या रहेगा? So what we have done? We have started 2 new company of Tata Identity. One company known as Tata Steel Support Services, and other company is known as Tata Steel Technical Services. into the gate of Tata Iron and Steel Company, they will be trained and they will be certified from that institute unless until their get pass will not be generated. The first work what we have done since last 10 years, we are trying to minimize the gap between the technology and the person who will employ inside the premise of the company. And the other part, when we are looking for the permanent employee, we have started the Harbhajan sir knowing, we have the Michael John Research Center. Our the ex-president, the Michael John, was the president of Tata Organization in more than 30 years. We have started a research center for them. Every permanent employee, either he is officer cadre or non-officer cadre, they must go through the 2 days basic development course at this center. And these situation for the digital, for the industrial relation, for the connection of the employees. So we are nurturing, we are creating the environment of continuous learning, what Rajiv Dubey sir told in his speech.
So
Thus, we are bridging the gap from the digital future and the present traditional job.
Practical perspective you have shared. Now, I think in the interest of time, quick 2-3 questions from the audience. You might like to ask. Very interesting, sensitive subject, please. So, Harbhajan San will perhaps.
जाते हैं ना उनका हमेशा विरोध होता है. What I would like to know from you, you are a very senior trade union leader. Whenever management pushes some changes, they are perceived to be changes of inconvenience, and they are resisted. So how unions should support management in making these changes sail through and creating a win-win situation for the recipients as well as for the management which is pushing?
Harbhajan ji, I think being from management, change is always get resistance. It's a universal fact, one thing. Second one is the important one is the how deeper, closer involvement of HR or whoever is responsible with the trade union leaders and others. It depends a lot upon it. In my experience, I have seen 90-95% issues where there was disagreement between management and trade union. It was arrogance of either party, might be from management or trade union. For very genuine regional policy matter, there is nothing. And I have seen when there was plain and open understanding and continued dialogue, it happens. I have seen very hardcore trade unionists. They also came to agreement. But continued efforts is must. That's why I was referring the role of HR manager. I always find it's very difficult what is understood now and what is practiced now. A little shift is needed to address this. If you have got that relationship, really in the term relation means, it will happen. And having this in mind, change will get resistant to some extent, but it will not happen. It is nowhere. It will happen, and it can.
Harbhajan bhai, I will give the live example what you have asked Upadhyaya sir. In 2018, when we are negotiating the wage settlement in Tata Steel with the management. Earlier, after 60 years, if employee is medically fit, 1 year extension was given to the employee of Tata and Steel Company. The management gave us a proposal. This is not sustainable for the future because we have also not giving the medical extension to the officer category, even the senior executive also. They have given proposal ke hum isko band karenge. Then at that time, Mr. Ravi Prasad was the president. I was in the team, and we have sat together and we have we have thought कि हम लोग क्या करना चाहिए. Then after lots of discussion, after lots of the executive committee meeting, we have gone through the executive committee meeting, the democratic process. But in the mob, everyone says कि एकदम बंद नहीं होना चाहिए कोई हाल में. आप लोग एकदम फालतू काम कर रहे हैं. But we know this is the need of the hour. This is a need for the organization to sustain for another 100 years. At that time, the Tata Workers Union was completing 100 years in 1920. And that time, this proposal was coming at the table of the union. What we have did, we have negotiated. At that time, Suresh Dutt Tripathi was the VP HRM of Tata Steel. What we have did, we have negotiated with the management कि एक employee का हम लोग देखा कि what is the minimum salary of employee. हम लोग देखा कि his take home salary is 60,000. तो we have proposed with the management कि आप एक काम करिए. You will close the medical extension for the employee, but you give us the 7,20,000 rupees for the employee. And lot of negotiation from 10 lakhs, then it closes to 7,20,000, split into 5 years. हम लोग भी लगाते कि ये win-win situation है, because employee is getting after retirement every year 1,10,000 rupees. This is the live example how the management gives the proposal, tough proposal, and union negotiate, and after it concluded with a win-win situation. This is the live example.
Let's give a big hand to this excellent perspective given by Dr. Alam. I think one question, because we are little getting closer to the closing time.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Devanshi Milani, a MBHR student from IMS DVV. Sir, my question is whether the digital monitoring tools strengthen or hamper the trust at work.
Yeah, I could not understand your question.
Sir, whether the digital monitoring tools strengthen or hamper the trust at work.
When you vote from the different group of employee, it have the different answer, because when you go to the shop floor, earlier I have told you that they are the mixed group of employee. Baby boomers are there, Generation X are there, millenniums are there, Gen Z are there. When you ask the Gen Z, they will, yes, this is better for the trust. When you ask for the Generation X, they will also tell you this is better. But when you ask the baby boomers, they will tell, मेरे को monitoring कर रहा है. One example I want to share with you, for the monitoring of safe work procedure, for the monitoring of the safety of the employee, we have mounted about 1,000 CCTV camera across the works. जब हम लोगों ने लगा रहा था, there was a resistance from the employer. अरे, what are going on? Here, there is no privacy for us. Tata Code of Conduct deals with the privacy of the employee. और ये पूरा कैमरा लगा रहा है. How will move? हम लोग कैंटीन जाएंगे तो देख लेगा, हम लोग सोएंगे तो देख लेगा. Then the union come forward, and we have our executive member go to the shop floor. They have communicated with the employee कि नहीं, this is for you, because every year we are struggling with the fatality of accident in Tata Steel, 5 or 6 fatality, because we are in a slogan that Tata Steel wants to make bloodless steel, injury-free steel, but unfortunately we are not able to reach that target here. So these are the conditions. The HR leader ho, chahe union leader, everyone has the duty to communicate employee. Communication is the biggest channel. We have the 3-tier communication in Tata Steel. We have the soft floor communication, mid-level communication, and the apex level communication.
Excellent.
If you communicate with the employee religiously, ethically, then the problem will vanish from time to time. Thank you.
I think with your permission, can I conclude now? Quick comments here. I think digitalization wave will go on from disruption to maybe co-creation with analytics, speed, efficiency, reach, and measurement as never before. But customization will be a strategic aspect rather than cut, copy, and paste. What's happening in developed economies, US, Europe, even Japan? Perhaps India should have its own customized strategy. As I gave this example of Europe recently, I think the moment I landed in Delhi and got into immigration, I saw 25, 30 people in the duty free jumping at me. I said, I am back in Delhi. So big way, manpower available, capability available, talent available. So perhaps customization will be important. Perhaps also we are looking at the role of leadership and HR will be more critical to bring in ground realities and human touch to transform and change towards building the competitive edge of businesses. Challenges will be always there, crisis will always be there, but finding opportunities will be one very important perspective. Maybe Taiguchi-san talked about some guidelines, some values. I think that could be one very good indication. We are also looking at people will remain at the core of strategic contributions. I heard that from other speakers also. Creation, innovation, adapt and adopt, resilience, inclusive approach of all stakeholders, including trade unions, associates, maybe white collar managerial staff, all stakeholders, including government. And maybe somewhere this sustained execution can only come if we are following some of these principles and perhaps reach the best potential of transformation. I'll be also looking at this threat perspective, misunderstanding, rumors about AI. Many times we are talking about it, whether AI will displace jobs or take everything from HR. I think to a great extent, we heard speakers earlier also, now also we are talking emotional quotient. And we are talking of imagination, we are talking of creativity, empathy, compassion. I think AI will contribute nothing there. I think there people will have to decide, leadership will have to decide some of those things. And one small, quick example in a story. Somewhere in Spain, a very big departmental store hired one young apprentice, 21-year-old young guy. And day one, this guy joins, and the owner of the shop suddenly realized that potatoes are in very high demand. So he asked him, go and buy 5 kg more. Here are 50 pounds for that. This guy goes there, buys those 5 kg potatoes, was coming back. Suddenly that bag got torn, all the potatoes on the road, and the cars smashed everything, all wasted. This guy was terrified that day one, first assignment, and I have made a mess of it. So the people around the village, elderly people who were sitting in the sun, they were saying, oh, very bad, very poor, what he will do. Suddenly one old guy comes and he says that he's in a big crisis, young guy starting his career, let me make a little contribution. Why only sympathize? I give 5 pounds sterling to help him out. Seeing this old guy, others also started helping. Uske paas 100 pounds ho gaya instead of 50 pounds. He went back, bought 50 and then kept 50 and was coming back. Again, these village elders were saying, you must go and thank that, older guy who started helping you. He said, no need. He is my boss. He's the shop owner. That's the leadership which is required. Compassion, perhaps ability to understand human stress. And there somewhere these examples you talked of, taking care of people by creating different companies, subsidiaries, or looking at continuing skilling them and making them relevant to the scheme in spite of the higher side of age. I think some are brilliant examples. Before I finish, I think our deepest homage, Avnish, and I think the kind of image which we all carry, and this initiative is becoming a very big inspiration. But I think even bigger thanks to maybe part of our family now, Suparna Ma'am, because her presence has been a great motivation for this initiative to go on. When we had conceptualized this in 2012, at that point of time, honestly, the big challenge was that how do we be different and we continue? So guidance from Osama Suzuki-san and Suzuki Japan perhaps gave us that strength. Bhargava-san supported that we must extend the same family benefit as regular employees to the family of Avnish-san. And I think today, with all that great help, we have been able to have that sustained, pioneering kind of initiative. And today I will take this opportunity to really convey our thanks to Taiguchi-san and to Suzuki Japan, our chairman, Mr. Bhargava, for ensuring that we have made one small step for many companies to look forward to. So thank you for your patience, and maybe I'll push it back to the...
This is the closing remarks from me.
Yeah,
Just I want to tell
maybe I think you may like to.
JRD Tata, Bharataran JRD Tata has started the personal department in the country first time in 1948. At that time only the laws prevail, the Factory Act 1948 and the Trade Union Act 1926. And the thanks to Salil Sahab, कि you have started this trust. कि बोलते हैं ना इकबाल का 2 लाइन, मैं तो चला था राजीव साहब, मैं तो चला था जानिबे मंजिल अकेले, मगर लोग आते गए, कारवां बनता गया. तो I hope कि ये कारवां आगे बढ़ता रहेगा, and the new generation will learn from this forum. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Let's give a big hand to both the trade union leaders, please.
For carrying this conversation with so passion and clarity. I would now request Father Joseph and Suparna ma'am to felicitate our panel members and Siddiqui sir. Dr. Sehnawaz Alam. Mr. Brijesh Upadhyay. Dr. S.Y. Siddiqui. Thank you, everyone. As we look ahead, one question becomes very important. What does the next generation expect from the world of work? Preparing for the future, not just with skills, but with purpose, with meaning, and with the deep respect of people's aspiration. To share his reflections on this, we are blessed to have one of the most respected voices in the HR fraternity, Dr. Akhil Busray, CEO of Akhil Busray Consulting. He has over 5 decades of experience in the industry. He worked with Shell Malaysia as Director of Human Resources and Managing Director of Shell People Services. He has worked in various HR roles with Unilever and India, Executive Director of HR at Motorola for Asia Pacific countries, and his last corporate assignment was with IBM India as Executive Director of Human Resources. We welcome you, sir.
Get a mic. No, it's not. Is it working now? But Takeuchi-san, Mr. Kakar, Salil Bhai, and Suparna, and my fellow professionals. Thank you for inviting me. It's such a learning opportunity. It's a tribute that today we stand to pay tribute to. So my heartfelt tribute to a colleague whom I knew well. It's sad to see that 13 years have gone by, but it is good that his memory is being perpetuated through such an event. So thank you very much. What I'm going to cover is only 4 points in the 10 minutes that I have. And most of the things that we talked in the morning today will actually become obsolete. So it's not about what we will do next. The focus is going to be on what we will stop doing next. And is not going to be comfortable for many of us in HR, because many of the things that we have built up with a lot of sweat and toil will actually have to be discarded to meet the new generation. So this is just the antithesis of what we are talking about, many forums, that we should do this, we should do this. Well, I'm going to focus on what we should stop doing. And one of the first thing is going to be that all these things that we do for mass scale, general activities, will have to be stopped. AI will bring in a phase where individual development plan and individual training need will be identified and addressed. So the first thing we'll have to do is throw away the annual training calendar. One size will not fit all. We'll have to customize as we go. Second, the succession plan that we do so meticulously at senior level, we sit down and plan who will go where in how many years, and one job away, 2 jobs away, will actually have to be thrown away. Now, this is not a very pleasant thing for us in HR, because we created all those things with a lot of love and affection and effort. And now to suddenly throw it away? No, we will still have that, and we'll adapt it to new situation. In my personal opinion, the new situation will not allow adaptation. It'll allow disruption. And disruption is something that HR is not very good at. Except once when we really shown our mettle when a disruption happened during COVID. If that is one phase that HR stood out in its true mettle and showed its character and way to lead the situation in a complete disruptive situation where nobody knew how to handle it. The training calendar, the succession plan, the development plan will all have to be rejigged. And if you're looking at rejig, when training is to be given is not decided in beginning of the year. Where will we have a program in Manali, or we'll have it in Dehradun or in Mauritius? All those things are going to be of the past. Customized training program in small batches or individual training, and the classroom training is going to be on a decline, because online training, wherever you are, is available on the app, available on your smartphone, and people will accept small pieces of training rather than long training development program, 3 days of leadership conclave, 5 days of leadership conclave, history. So all of us who are accustomed to planning those type of activities will have to accept the reality that that style will not work. And if that is not going to work, what will work? And that is where going to be ongoing skill. People will ask one question: if I'm not growing, I'm going. So the retention strategy will revolve around how much of relevant training and timely training we are providing. Second thing is flexibility is going to be rule of the day. And for people with gray hair or no hair, they'll be finding it most difficult to handle, because they want a predictable way. This is how we do it in this company. This is how you will work. This is where you will work. And this is your working hours. So we had this whole debate on work from home. I spent my career with IBM. The chairman announced globally about 5 months ago that from next month, not even 21 days late notice, all of us in IBM will work from office. Now, exactly when you go back to 21, the big companies who announced that we will work from home, don't worry. The flexibility part is actually being challenged by many corporations to say, we cannot work without coming to office. Now, whether it's right or wrong is a different, I'm not here judgmental. But the employees of the next generation will be talking about not only where to work, but when to work. And we are seeing that. Dubai has now offered 2 years or 1.5 years of temporary permit to work in Dubai if you're working from home in any country. Now imagine the global transition that will happen, workforce spreading out wherever they want, maybe in Goa also. But at the end of the day, the challenge for HR community will be, how do you assess performance? The traditional goal setting will be obsolete. The traditional performance management will have to be revised drastically. The supervision element, which people are used to, that have a dialogue and find out what are you doing, what is your tracking, what is your quarterly, will have to be completely revised. And if you're looking at situation where freedom is going to be the issue, then gig work. Now, gig work is nothing new. I spent my years in Shell, Malaysia. In 2003, we had gig work in that industry, oil and gas industry. They were not called gig, they were specialists who didn't want to work in Borneo Island for more than 5 months, 6 months. So they worked with us in Borneo drills, and then they said, मैं छुट्टी पे जाऊंगा, नहीं काम करता है. Were they temporary employees? How do you treat them as a temporary employees? Are they contract employees? What laws applies to them? Now, these are questions which need to be answered by HR community and make policies and practices that suit the situation rather than go by what is happening in Swiggy and what is happening in Blinkit. There are big challenges because the human element part, and Alam Sahab, your point, where does the human part and the technology part meet, will have to be discussed much more in detail, and consensus has to be arrived at. ये दादागिरी नहीं चलेगा कि this is the way you do it, my way or highway. That those days are completely over. And the question they will ask is, I want to work around my life and not the other way around. The youngsters are very particular about work-life balance. We worked in our generation, working was the center of life. Today's generation, life is center of work. Work is one element. It's a major element, but not the only element. I see my daughter who lives in Hong Kong, she takes time off and comes and spends 3 days, 4 days with us, blink of an eye. Suddenly, how can you manage your work? She said, it's all right. I'll work from home for 2 days. 2 days I'm taking leave. That situation is very difficult for people who are in senior management, who have come there by years of experience, 30, 35, 40 years of experience. वो accept ही नहीं करते कि कैसे हो सकता है यार, कोई discipline होना चाहिए. This is not a question of discipline. This is a question of adjusting to the aspirations of the generation. The second part is purpose-driven. Employees, and I did a research of 472 students. I teach at Berkeley and UCLA. So 214 of them were from US. And surprisingly, some of the results that came out, that a 21.5% of the student community either refused to join an organization when they had a choice, or left the organization in less than 1 year because the values did not match. Now, sometimes we may say, but jobs are in short supply, so where will they go? And Professor, when you have previous placement, many times people don't have a choice to join or not to join, but they mark their time. I'll join, but if the values don't match, money doesn't matter. I will change. So if you see the attrition rate, or maybe what I call the child mortality, people will leave because if their aspirations and motives are not matching. And this is the part which many of us don't count. They will choose employers aligned with their values. And I saw this when we had tsunami in South Asia. Shell not only gave good amount of financial support, but we also organized, and my team and we're very happy, all of us decided that the employees should participate in reconstruction. So we organized a whole movement, and employees and families could come to Penang. We will pay for all their costs, transport, and look after them, and physically work in the affected area. And sir, you'll be surprised. We thought about 2 bus loads will come from Kuala Lumpur to Penang is about 4.5 hours drive. We had to organize 5 to 6 buses because there was so much demand. And this continued on employees' request. We want to go again. And what happened at the end of the day, our employee satisfaction score was 7.6 out of 10. in next 5 months, it shot up to 8.7. Same money, same salary, same company, same employees. Their values were getting aligned with what we're doing. You're doing the right thing for community, you're doing the right thing for society, and I like to work here because of that. The principle of EDE is what I realize in doing so much of talking to people and youngsters, that they will subscribe to 3 things. One, ethics. Company which is not ethical, however well they pay, will not be able to attract, and even if they attract, not retain people. And I can't take names of the companies. We have glaring example of such companies on our own backyard. Diversity. If there's a discrimination based on gender or any other aspect, people will shy away. And empowerment. Leave me alone. I don't want micromanagement. The bosses will have to change that they're not bosses. And your shared leadership that you mentioned, Rajiv Bhai, that leadership will have to learn how to let go. The whole idea, if you notice in this presentation, is let go, drop something, stop doing something, not do anything more new. And how ready are we to stop doing something, because we are always looking for doing more and more and adding more to our plate. And the last point is, it is not training, it is continuous skill building. This is the most difficult part. And that's where the HR will have to understand business, not just know how to give HR services. They will have to understand what the business is, what the challenges are, what is the competition doing, and where is it that I can add value to business activity through people processes. Now, this is all cliche. People say, oh, I've heard this many times, and GP Garu, you are an expert on this topic, and you mentioned it several occasions. How many have listened? How many have learned to learn business and make changes which adds value to business? And that's why one of the biggest fear that will drive change in future, for future generation, is, will I become obsolete? If my skill is not upgraded, I'll become obsolete. And that's the biggest fear. So fear of employment is not going to be a driving force. Bright people will find a job. They're not afraid of employment. They'll be afraid of employability. Where value come nahi ho jaye. I should not become a clog in the wheel and then depend on the organization to keep my job. Now, why I mentioned this 4-point out, the survey that I did, I actually picked out 37 or 39 points of reference. I thought today I'll share only these 4. But the point that I'm highlighting is that we in HR will have to stop doing many things, not add on doing more things. Review and say what can we drop. Training calendar, succession planning, development plans will have to be using technology and making sure that individual feels customized. This is for me. This is tailor-made, customized for me. That's why it's relevant. If it's for my group of people, interest will be low, value addition will be low, and as a result of that, the HR effectiveness of managing future generation. And I'm not talking about 5 years or 7 years from now. Some of this is already happening, and more will happen in 2026, because 26 is going to be the year by which the agentic, and where is Anurag mentioned about that point, the technology is changing so rapidly, and the industry is not able to cope up. And sometimes HR becomes a tool to just react. We'll have to change only one thing in future, managing future. We have to become proactive, anticipate what is required, do it rather than become reactive. Thank you very much for your time. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for your reflection. It reminds us that future of work is not just about skills and structure, but also about purpose. Sir, can we have you on stage, please? Akhil sir? I now request Kakkar sir to felicitate Dr. Akhil Vishal. Thank you, sir. Now, moving on, it is time for the student panel discussion. The theme for our student panel today is both powerful and personal, beyond paychecks, purpose, growth, and meaning at work. This session reminds us that work is not just about salaries and promotion, but also about finding purpose, building identity, and creating an impact. Moderating this session is Mr. Rajneesh Singh, CEO, Simply Group. HR tech leader with over 30 years of experience in human resource and organizations transformation, Rajneesh Singh has been a driving force behind the evolution of HR practices in India's corporate ecosystem. Recognized for his employee-centric philosophy and strategic vision, he continues to mentor HR professionals and contribute to the transformation of workplace experience through technology-driven, human-first solution. We welcome you, sir. And our bright student panelists represent some of the country's finest institutions. Ms. Yamika Chopra, Exilrai Jamshedpur. Mr. Arijit Patnaik, TIS Mumbai. Ms. Rutuja Chaudhary, IIM Indore. Ms. Sai Ovia, NMMIS Mumbai. Mr. Vaibhav Vishal, XISS Ranchi. And Ms. Tanisha Kapoor, IMI Delhi. Over to you, Rajneesh sir.
I really feel like Tom Cruise with all this wired up. I'm just going to get into a Mission Impossible venture, it seems. So, I know I'm keeping all of you between lunch and people here on the dais. First of all, absolutely privileged to be here. And all thanks to the team from Maruti, the team from XISS, my alma mater, the team from NHRD, I think have had some very wonderful relationships going for many years in all these three mentors here in the audience, wonderful delegates, and of course, the students. So glad that this is a forum where we really respect, we engage, we involve the student community, which is so very important. And above all, Suparna ma'am, a lot of gratitude, respect for you. And I'm so happy that we are all there with you in all these years. I do remember when the incident happened, I was at the cremation. I was also part of the candlelight evening that we did for Avnish. Avnish is a senior of mine. The association with Avnish goes fairly deep. I could never meet him. It was very unfortunate, I would say. The other thing which is really interesting for me to be here in this city is my own association with Indore, because I worked in Aish Motors here for almost 4 years. So my basic foundation of HRIR is from this city. So in many ways, I'm an Indore boy, and that's the way I would forever call myself. And for some reason or the other, I keep getting drawn to this beautiful city. And I'm so glad that for almost 7, 8 years, it's the cleanest city in India. And so that makes me even more proud that I was part of here. Also, I would really remember one of the gentlemen at Aisher, whom I still really, I mean, for me, he was the visionary, who was our chairman, Mr. Vikram Lal. I think he was a man who was living way ahead of times. And because we are discussing on our IR forum, in one of his newsletters to us at that time, was that 95% of the IR problems are created by management. Now, that is a very controversial statement, if you may call that. But if you look deep inside any IR situation that develops, how much of introspection as management we do as to why this happened, right? So I think it depends a lot on the humility of the management to accept at times that, whatever is happening here, how much of role have we played in that? I think that's very, very critical. I've been listening to my gurus all through and some very wonderful thoughts, which I just want to table it for the young bunch here before I open up the discussion. And I picked up from MD San the whole focus on continuous investment in the workforce, which is such a brilliant point. The spirit of being competitive at the same time being fair and inclusive, which came from Rajiv sir, which was absolutely brilliant. GP sir in his own brilliant way, and because one is an entrepreneur, so the moment he said Vyapar, I was so happy. But then, before that, he said Vyavhar. And honestly, when we are running a HR firm in the 15th year now, trust me, it's the Vyavhar that has got us the Vyapar. It's as simple as that, GP sir. So thank you for that reminder. Also, I think Vijay sir ke saath, I was sitting next to him. I didn't realize what an amazing person I was sitting next to him, next to me. And he mentioned, this is a person telling us HR people, this is your moment. I think it's the real time for HR is now. So if as much we talk about tech and AI, I think HR guys need to seize this opportunity. There's the other side of I think towards the end, Akhil sir, brilliant, everything going personalized, and so much to be talked around what kind of experience we are leaving behind. So the whole focus on ethics, diversity, empowerment, brilliant points. And of course, the most important for a panel like this is help me evolve. I think the last phrase was so powerful. That is what these people would be looking forward to from us. Alam Sahab, a couple of nice शायर अपने बड़े अच्छे quotes बोले, but for me the takeaway was Tata Group, the last strike, 1920. I mean, let's give them a big hand. This is absolutely a benchmark, more than 100 years now. If that organization, we have all grown up listening to this. Very, very critical here is the theme. And we had a very lovely chat about 2 nights ago. And, here's a baby boomer going to talk to Gen Z people, so look, imagine the gap which is here. And it was so important that we connect. And then as usual, when you look at people on screen, there's a very different image. And last night when I met them after dinner in person, and for example, Arijit, I commented, I hope you didn't take it in another way. I said, Arijit, but on screen you looked so how come you're looking so small here, And so he said, you're like a 12th pass kid, So, you've got to be also very mindful how tech can really be on a very different track, and the face-to-face gives a very different flavor altogether. And that is where HR can bring a lot of magic. We got an excellent theme for them, beyond paychecks. Imagine, I mean, we should be at our age now, we are beyond paychecks and the larger purpose, nirvana, as you might call it. But, this bunch has been burdened. Just when they're getting into an offer stage from campus, they're going to be put into a spot that we're going to talk beyond paychecks. And there are three big words for them: purpose, growth, meaning of work. What we also did to make it very interesting was also to hear out their interests, because that's very important. I think for HR people to just stay focused on work, 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 it is very important. So let me just do a quick introduction of each one of them, just share with you what they actually enjoy in their personal time. That's very, very important to know of your folks. I got Arijit here. We're going to go alphabetically here. We got Arijit here, who loves traveling, Indian mythology. So Arijit, wonderful interest that you carry. Rutuja, who's again IIM Indore, psychological thrillers. She loves amazing long walks. She loves web series and loves badminton. So such a lovely interest she carries. Sai, again a foodie here, right in the center out there, NMIMS. Long walks, cooking, exploring food spots. So she updated me yesterday after I told them, you better go to Sarafa behind Holkar Palace and check out that lane. I'm so glad they reported today that they've been there and they really enjoyed Indori food. And she's a Taylor Swift fan, so which is phenomenal. Tanisha IMI, Tanisha is right here next to me. Singing, dancing, cooking, yoga, love for psychology. Yeah, that's good. Vaibhav, my alumni, stargazer, volleyball, loves playing. Yamika, last but not the least, we've got a person who loves traveling and dancing. So those are some of the things, to really know them far more than what you actually see them here. And I would open it up with Arijit. Like I said, we're going to go alphabetically. So what I also told them that, this is a theme which is very personal. It's very deep. So when you get asked at this age, things like purpose, growth, meaning of work, it puts you in a spot. Because here you are just about to start your career. And suddenly this question comes. So we will just hear 2-3 minutes from each one of them, their take on this theme, and then we'll build from there. So Arijit, over to you.
Thank you so much, Arish. So when I did see this topic, firstly, something clicked my mind. That was the fact that since the time of Karl Marx, workforce alienation now. Well, that led me to a bit of interactions, a bit of study. And the interesting discovery that I made is that as we transition from Industry 4.0, which is about bringing in the machines, bringing in the automation, we've transitioned into Industry 5.0, wherein what is important is how the people come together with the machines. And that becomes your key differentiator. Aris was maybe the paycheck might be an attractor for someone of my age. But is it a retainer? Will it help me build a legacy, create an impact for an organization? I doubt that. And that too, especially in the Indian context, where we are a collectivist society. So the importance of our family, our relations is a lot. We do not see a job as merely an earning potential. It is our identity. It is our pride. And therefore, it cannot be limited to the paycheck.
Good. Arijit, thank you so much. Wonderful kickoff. I would say paycheck can attract, but can it retain me? What a wonderful opener. And to hear from you at that age, tons of stuff. So, and of course, the other thing you talk about is that it will definitely create an identity, but what beyond that? I think that's very important. Rutuja, over to you.
First of all, thank you, RS and Kunal sir, and the organizers of this event for the opportunity. Building on to Arijit's point, I would just like to mention 2 points. First point being, money can attract talent, but I think organizations' culture can retain talent. If we talk, we are all college students. We work in different committees. We help out in events. We volunteer in a lot of things. We also help our juniors prep in a lot of things. And we don't get paid. But why do we still do it? It's because it gives us a sense of duty and responsibility and some sort of a satisfaction that we are contributing to something which is actually creating an impact. If we consider all of this in an organization, a paycheck can be an entry ticket, of course. But if we find meaning in work, if we find the purpose why we are here, I think that will make Monday mornings less dreadly for me. Second point, organizations don't just shape professional trajectories of people, but also their personal life. The values, the culture that organization is trying to imbibe in a person will reflect in his or her personal life in one way or the other. Talking about the studies, the researches that have concluded by, say, Deloitte, Gallup, even Harvard, we have I read about some of those researches, and some of the numbers that really caught my eye is like organizations which promote purpose-driven culture claim that they are 40% more innovative and 30% more successful in retaining the talent. So to conclude my point, I would just like to say that paycheck, of course, ensures survival, but growth ensures our adaptability to things. Purpose ensures the significance of the work that we are trying to do, and meaning ensures the loyalty that we have for the organization.
Excellent, excellent, Rutuja. Very, very interesting point. I think I love the word culture, and which is what we heard from Akhil sir also, that builds on the whole experience word. At times what happens is that what HR guys go, or HR or the business people, when they go to the campus, what you're saying there, and then when you land in the organization, if there is a gap, the credibility starts dropping right there on day one. So I think it's very important, if one has to build a very good story of an experience, how much you're being absolutely solid that what we are saying is what you will find there. I think that's very, very well said. Yeah. Over to you, Sai.
First, I want to thank Maruti Suzuki and Aris for this opportunity. So to begin with, adding on to Rutuja's point. So first, when I got the topic, the first question that came to my mind was, what are we actually working for? What are we really working for? So if we take salary out of the picture, we can find the other needs that we are looking for. As Mr. Rajiv also mentioned, there are 4 basic needs: the need to feel connected, recognized, to contribute, and to belong. So these needs are also addressed in a lot of motivational theories like Herzberg's 2-factor theory and Maslow's hierarchy of needs. So salary comes at the base, at the bottom of the pyramid. And these other factors like purpose, meaning, growth, feeling included, all of these come at the top of the pyramid. And these are what drive satisfaction in an organization. And so to talk about purpose in particular, so I came across this Gallup survey that shows that almost 73% of employees define their personal purpose through their work, but only 21% feel engaged at work. So this is like a massive gap. But this purpose is different for different across different generations. Say if we take millennials, their purpose is to stay loyal to an organization, to expect stability, and to also have growth opportunities. While Gen Zs expect, as Sir also mentioned, value alignment. And there was also another study by Deloitte that showed that almost 50% of Gen Zs are ready to reject job offers if they feel that their values don't align with the organization's values. So that is a great example. And when we talk about purpose, I want to take this example of Southwest Airlines. So the pilots, they define their purpose, not so they don't just fly planes, but they help they help in connecting people to what matters the most in their lives. And this is one of the reasons as to why Southwest Airlines has the lowest attrition rate in the industry. And as Rutuja also mentioned, how we pour in hours of work in our committees and like student cells. I think that concept is called organizational citizenship behavior in organizations. I want to conclude my point on purpose by stating this fact. So when people are actually financially invested, they expect returns. But when people are emotionally invested, they want to contribute to a bigger purpose. So, yeah.
Excellent. Thank you, Sai. Wonderful. I think so. Very, very important was that, and very well, took us back to the theory of that the pay is bottom of the pyramid. The bigger story is way up, and that feeling included is so critical. The values alignment is so important. I think that's the absolute giveaway very clearly. And of course, the whole emotional quotient that you talked about, and we've been talking about it since morning. Over to you, Tanisha. Yeah.
Thank you for this opportunity. So I completely agree to the resounding opinion on the panel right now. And personally, for me, when I was first introduced to this topic, I started thinking, what actually is purpose? It's so difficult to define it, right? And I couldn't put it into words. So I started reading what other people had to say about it. And I came across this very simple definition that didn't have jargons, that didn't have metrics, because purpose is so personal. And it just said purpose at work is not just what work means to people, because that's about meaning, but the work truly becomes meaningful when it has a personal significance and a positive balance attached to it. And that's when I realized that my definition of purpose is that when at the end of the day, I can say I have contributed to something or someone, and I've been challenged in a way that I've learned something new, or at least I've tried to, even if I've failed at it. So that's what purpose means to me. And I'd like to share a personal example from my journey. So, as B School students, all of us recently went through a summer internship. And based on my background in psychology, I'm at B schools, you don't get to choose what you do at the beginning. So I was placed in a HR business advisory role. And that's what my project was evaluated on. But apart from that, I went over and beyond and took the extra time to, sit with the L&D team, learn new things. And this is not something that contributed to my valuation or my paycheck. I was not paid extra for it. And as employees, all of us are often averse to doing extra work without pay. In fact, we often feel that we're not paid enough for the work that we do. But that's where purpose steps in, right? When it was not even being evaluated, it was not adding monetary value. I still wanted to do that because that's what brought happiness to me. And I don't mean to be naive when I say that, because I understand that purpose can't pay the bills. That's of course there. So we need that paycheck, and that's why people our age are running behind that paycheck to begin with, and that's absolutely okay, and that's normal. And I think I would here like to bring in Sai's point as to the fact that when we look at the human psyche, financial security is at the foundation and the base of the pyramid. But when we truly start working in the domain and we think about growth and self actualization and how do we climb up those levels, that's where paycheck alone will not make the cut. And that's where purpose will step in.
Excellent, Tanisha. Wonderful. I think you brought about 2, 3 very interesting points that you will really feel happy if you really contributed either to the organization or to individuals around you. I think that's a brilliant takeaway. And also, if in the process, if there's a lot of learning happening, I think I'll be very, very happy. And again, I'll take all of you to Akhil sir's point on how much emphasis he paid on how the learning will need to get so personalized. And so that will, and of course, very important. And I'm sure the goalpost around purpose will keep shifting as you people grow in life, But yes, you got to have a kind of a moral compass guiding you. I think that's very, very critical. Weber, over to you.
So thank you for this opportunity, and I would like to build upon my co-panelists. So this notion that people work only for money is a very naive one. So a fat paycheck doesn't guarantee job satisfaction on the part of the employees and doesn't guarantee loyalty on the part of the company. So purpose, personal growth, and job satisfaction always trump the paycheck. And us, Gen Zs, more than 3/4 of us have ranked purpose above pay. And this is not something new. This has always been there, but I feel this is true to an unprecedented degree now, that the majority of the workforce will be either a Gen Z and increasingly now from the Gen Alpha. So we recently saw this great resignation post-COVID. And one of our speakers earlier mentioned that one of the major reasons was the mismatch of the values. There was no dearth of companies paying money to retain the employees. What lacked was purpose, and the values were not aligned. And if there is a clear line of sight between our day-to-day activities and to the greater mission, vision, and the objectives of what the organization stands for, that's when we win in life and through the extension in work. So I'd just like to bring our attention to the famous NASA janitor story that we all have heard, that when asked what he was trying to do, he replied that I'm trying to put a man on the moon. So even the mundane tasks that we engage in day to day, if there is a sense of purpose, we are sorted.
Excellent, Weber. Very well said. I think so, which means, you got to have a larger purpose. And like you correctly said, purpose trumps paycheck in so many ways. And of course, the whole vision part of it, and which is what most of our senior, our mentors, guide, I mean, they have been talking about that, you got to have a long-term view. And of course, while you keep playing quarter on quarter, but I think you got to stay focused on where are we actually wanting to go. I think that's very critical. Yamika.
Thanks, Aras. So I want to go back to the original topic that we have and the question that why are we discussing this today? So it is a notion that, Gen Z is something, is a generation that is actually bringing this conversation that there is a world beyond paycheck. But as an economics graduate, I wanted to understand what is the actual origin of paycheck itself. So I learned that it is actually something that started during exchange, which is when paycheck came into picture. It is not something that has always existed. If we go back to anthropology, where there were hunters, there were storytellers, at that time, there was no money or no paycheck involved. People were working with a sense of community, with a sense of survival, commitment, and that is what drove them. So essentially, paycheck is something that came later, and then we got so attached to it that perhaps we, missed out on the other things that could also add value to our lives. And also, if we talk of biology, so think of this, when you get your monthly remuneration, you would see a notification on your phone or maybe on your banking app. What is the feeling that you get? Maybe a sense of reassurance that it is something that has been processed monthly and now you can pay your bills, etc. But do you actually feel monthly excitement when you see that message? So biology studies actually show that dopamine is something that comes up when you have that feeling of thrill, of challenge, of purpose. And it is not something that can be merely fulfilled by, say, a paycheck, but it is something that comes up when you do something that makes you feel like you're part of something big. So essentially, I feel that paycheck is something that feeds the body. But if you have to keep your soul alive, then you have to stay connected to your purpose.
Wonderful. Feeds the body, but you got to look at the soul. I mean, that's so nice to sum up. Yamika, very well said. And so very clearly, many organizations could be just focused on the body, and they might be missing out on the soul part of it, right? That's a very deep one, by the way, Yamika. And I'm sure HR people sitting here, if you have to really start actually building a framework around soul and really create a great HR approach around that, I mean, the whole story will change drastically. I think very, very interesting points taken from all of you. And I was just jotting down all the points, and I'll just open it up for all of you. And before we go to the audience, would love to have couple of questions at least. And we heard the word ethics a lot, speaker after speaker. And when you all of you talked about that the purpose is far more important, how do you people see the word ethics? Anybody wants to have a take on that? How do you see ethics? Anyone? Yes, please, Arjit.
So I feel ethics today is something that is very difficult to define because it is not based on a specific metric that an AI might work on. And that is exactly where humans come in. Because it is not always about doing what is right to one, but what is right to everyone. And that is where I feel ethics will come in, your values come in. Where do you come in from? It's not database, it's not always doing right. It is what is doing something that is available to everyone with equity.
Yeah, very interesting. Anybody else wants to add to ethics? Yeah, Yamika. Sorry. Yeah.
So I come from XLRI, wherein our motto itself is for the greater good. So essentially what I learned from my time here and previously is that ethics is not just something that can be driven by the organization itself. It is a very individual thing. If people are day to day actually taking accountability of what they're doing, they are being ethical. They also display integrity when they actually report when something goes wrong. That is when the organization as a whole becomes very ethical.
Yeah.
So I think that behavior is something that needs to be driven top down as to make people realize that every individual matters and every individual is accountable for everything.
Fantastic. Very nice. You wanted to share something on that? Yeah. And very good. It's a top-down thing, isn't it? People are looking up to you. So the whole ethical behavior does cascade down. I mean, very well said. Yeah.
So, RS, I think it might come out as a very out of the box thing, but I associate ethics with loyalty a lot.
Sure.
Because ethics is very subjective when it comes to person to person.
Sure.
If you are loyal to only yourself, your ethical beliefs will we have clients to deal with. In case of manufacturing plants, you have trade unions, we have different types of workforces. So in those settings, it's very difficult to stay ethical because it just reflects who you are loyal to. If you are loyal only your work, then maybe you will have that capacity of making decisions which would be right for everyone. But again, that is a very ideological situation. So yeah, as Arijit said, it's very difficult to define.
Very interesting. I'll bring another point which I wanted to open up for all of you. And again, somewhere we heard that word was your take on transparency. And this I'm bringing this point because I was studying and which I mentioned all of you last night, that I read this very interesting article that what do the Gen Z really look for? Top 5 items, in that little research which one of the HR tech companies did. The first point was they are looking forward to transparency. Very interesting find. Your take on that, Sai? Oh, okay, hold on. I know it's such an exciting point, but yeah, please go ahead, Sai.
So when I was researching on this topic, transparency was also a common theme. So I found that a company called Buffer, so they publish their pay grades on their websites.
Wonderful.
Yeah. And they also have a transparent pay calculator on their website. And this has led to pay equity. And it has also increased the retention rate because people feel that they're being valued in the organization and that they know what is actually going on and how their pay is being calculated. So when the company is actually being transparent with their operations or whatnot, people feel like they're part of the organization and that they're not working for the organization, but they're building with the organization. So I think, again, transparency is a very important factor when it comes to purpose and feeling a sense of belongingness in the organization. So
Fantastic.
that's
Very interesting. I mean, pay on website, pay equity, and you get a sense of involvement. I think that's very, very important. And again, a very hard task, I would say. It's very easy said and done. And I remember this, Maverick and Ricardo Semler, his own way of functioning it was so path-breaking and it was so way ahead of its time, you know. But he ran the organization with complete transparency. You know, everybody would be involved in every little decision, you know. That was like an extreme thing, you know, but he ran it his way. Please, Vaibhav.
So transparency has in its center the concept that why is greater than what. Simon Sinek in his book, Start With Why, put it very beautifully, that people don't buy what you do, they buy into why you do it. So any organization might be indulging in all sorts of activities. Let's take, for example, CSR. So people don't buy into just organization doing it for the heck of it.
Absolutely.
With the why behind it, transparently put out to all the stakeholders, gives a greater sense of purpose.
Absolutely. Very well said. I think you touched upon a very interesting point of CSR. I mean, that again, I mean, how much of transparency is there, right? And again, if things can be put on a website, that organization experimenting with that or successful with that, even in a simple thing like a CSR, which has such a wide community impact, how much transparency are we keeping? You know, very, very interesting. Tanisha.
So I think my fellow panelists have done justice to what we mean by transparency. So I'll address the other part of the question, the Gen Z, right? I think I've heard it so many times since morning. And the only thought that's been in my head has been, why are we saying that Gen Zs are the only ones that are demanding it? I think it's always been there. The only change is that Gen Zs are demanding it much earlier on in their career. And that's not by accident. Because I think every single generation has shared values and experiences which build their mindset and ideology. And the closest to home the COVID-19 pandemic, when we were adolescents or early adults just entering the workforce and just watching life come to such a standstill, work stopped, it stopped mattering, right? The paycheck was nowhere in the picture all of a sudden. Everyone cared about relationships and meaning. And that's when we started questioning, what is this work? What is the essence of it? Why do we need it? How do we make meaning of it? And that's where the transparency bit and meaning bit comes in, according to me.
Interesting. Very, very interesting. And you know, I love two words that you said, demanding transparency. I feel, you know, if people go to campuses these days, I'm sure the students are far more, you know, asking a lot of questions to whoever is coming there to, as I would call it, sell jobs, right? So people who are there at the campus, they better be thoroughly prepared because a lot of demand is going to happen, you know. Last one, I don't know about the time. Can anybody tell me about how are we on time? Almost there? Okay. So anybody wants to ask one question to the panel? Anyone? Yeah, yes, Alam sir, please. You should ask them, yeah. Fantastic. Good. So I think he's asking 3 challenges on HR you're anticipating in the next 3 to 4 years. What I would want is 3 of you, 1 each. So can we hear whoever? Sorry, go ahead.
Okay.
One from you.
Yeah. So one challenge that I think we all of us will come across, or all of us have already come across, is AI. So all of us have, like, you know, we have a feeling that AI is going to replace employees, but I don't think that will be the case. But if I have to talk about the challenge, AI replacing us, and if AI will actually contribute to our learning and growth in the organization, or if AI will make our work redundant. So I think that is one challenge that I feel will be coming.
Excellent. Challenge 2. Arijit?
I feel first I'll just add on to what she said, the purpose part of it. Here, the purpose word I feel in the age of AI and agility will be very important, because we are increasingly of the feel that we are substituting what AI is already doing. AI is entering our semi-soft skill region also. So that is an area that will be a great challenge. And especially when we talk about, sir, you mentioned very beautifully about the negotiations that were there, how you reached a settlement, and how that settlement went beyond the available data. because they knew a lot more about your context. There was prem, a very important element in that settlement. So I feel that is something that human resources will have to be much more, because that will be their core competency now, with AI taking almost everything else over.
Fantastic. Third one.
So I think the third could be the change in organizational structures itself. So largely when we are talking of purpose, people want a seat at the table. Even the younger employees who are joining, when they feel very connected to work, they always have something to say, some ideas to add to the overall business strategy. So in terms of structure, if we are looking at a vertical structure, sometimes it becomes difficult for the thoughts to, say, transfer from the bottommost to the topmost people. So organizations, when they are incorporating this entire thing of purpose and making people responsible, they'll also want to maybe move to a more flatter or a horizontal structure, and this clash might become a challenge later.
Good, Alam Saab. Thank you so much. So AI, purpose, structures, everything up for takes. Very nice. Thank you very much for your time. Lovely thoughts. I think we kept everybody quite engaged, but I'm sure all set for lunch now. So thank you very much. Lovely having the interaction. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much for the amazing session, sir, and thank you to the students for their extremely mature content and understanding. I would now request Salil sir and Mitsuda San to please come up on stage and felicitate Rajni Singh and our student panel. Mr. Rajni Singh. A huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Ms. Yamika Chopra, Auxiliary Jamshedpur. Mr. Arijit Patnaik, Test Mumbai. Ms. Rutuja Chaudhary, IIM Indore. Ms. Sai Ovia, NMIMS Mumbai. Mr. Vaibhav Vishal, XISS Ranchi. Ms. Tanisha Kapoor, IMI Delhi. Thank you, everyone. Can we have a group photograph, please? Thank you so much, sir. I would now request Mr. Dhananjay Singh, Director General at NHRD, to deliver the vote of thanks. Can we have you on stage?
Thank you, Muskan San. Krishnan San, am I audible? Thank you. Thank you very much. Friends, I'm blessed. I'm part of this series, not from the first, but even when the first was envisaged. So God is really kind. I have been a part of this journey. हाथ बांधे क्यों खड़ा है हादसों के सामने हादसे कुछ भी नहीं है हौसलों के सामने मैम सुपर्णा मैम you are an absolute inspiration. Your courage, your ability to bear the unbearable pain is the core of the journey in last 13 years and beyond. Friends, I will request all of you to kindly rise in honor of Suparna ma'am, please, and give a round of applause for her presence here, please. Thank you very much, ma'am. Thank you. A lot of this would not have been possible. MD San, thank you so much for leading this from the front. Our other Japanese colleagues from Maruti Suzuki India Limited. Dr. S.Y. Siddiqui sir, thank you for transforming a tragedy into something which has become a learning fiesta for everyone. I believe that the trustees of this Awanish Dev Memorial Trust, they are making a sweeping change, a very silent sweeping change in the minds of people. And that is with utter commitment, passion, and delivery of something which is very close to all of us, which is the human relations. All of us who are present here, they are in our bodies, there is a heart. And that heart unites here in remembrance of late Awanish Devji. All of us who are here, the current trustees led by Chairman Salil San, thank you so much. I could see Ladli San here. All the young executives of Maruti Suzuki in XISS, we have seen Father. Thank you so much for leading from the front. father. Amar Saab, Professor Saab, thank you so much. National HRD Network. We have our very senior past presidents. We have Dr. Akhil Busrai. We have Dr. S.Y. Siddiqui. We have Rajiv Dubey, sir. We have the longest serving National Secretary, Dr. G.P. Rao, sir. We have our regional president, East, Dr. Vinay Ranjan ji. We have very senior member present here. Ranjan ji is here. Dr. V.K. Singh ji is here. Rajneesh ji, Harbhajan bhai. And your presence here means a lot to us. You all have traveled from different places in the country to be together in this journey. Our own Indore Management Association, Professor Upender Dhar sir, Santosh ma'am, and all the members of National HRD Network who have joined us here. Let's hear a huge round of applause for the trust and all the partners, please. We also owe our gratitude to all the honorable esteemed speakers who came here and voluntarily they invested in this journey. In absentia, I would like to thank Girish ji. He's not here, Senior IAS Officer. Thank you so much for joining, and all our speakers here. I would like to thank all the winners and congratulate the winners of the scholarship, Vishakha, Rituparna, and Raghav. Let's put our hands together for all the resource persons and the winners of the scholarship. Friends, the way GP Garu has moderated the session, we always look up to that style, that engagement, that inclusion. And likewise, Siddiqui sir, likewise, Rajneesh bhai, it was a privilege to hear you after such a long time. And Akhil Busrai sir, his vision about how the change is going to change all of us. Friends, let me also thank our student panelists, and I loved your thoughts. With so much of passion you presented your perspective. Yamika from XLRI Jamshedpur, Arijit, TIS Mumbai, Rutuja, I am Indore, Sai, NM Bombay, Vaibhav, XISS Ranchi, Tanisha, I am Delhi. Let's put your hands together to thank all of them, please. Before I close, I must say that this 13, and all of us know in astrology, numerology, 13 is a number of transformation. This subject of AI is also a subject of transformation, which is much, much beyond the realm of our current understanding of this subject. Friends, let's put our hearts and soul together and let's give our best tribute to Avnish ji by remaining steadfast on this path of mutual trust and build this profession of human resources and people development on communication, trust, and empathy. See you in the 14th edition. And before that, I hand over the proceedings to Muskan San. Thank you. You have done a great job, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for your presence today. We will now break for lunch. It's arranged at the pre-function area. For the students who have joined us, the mentoring session will start post-lunch at 3 p.m. I would request Siddiqui sir, GP Rao sir, Rajneesh sir, Dhananjay sir, and Akhil Busrai sir to join after break in this conference room only. Thank you so much.